Super good morning and welcome to Selection Days, one of our favorite times of the year here at Startup Bootcamp. Welcome. Whether you are new, whether this is your first day, we wish you welcome. Welcome to our ecosystem, to our big event. If you are, of course, already a member of our ecosystem, I wish you a welcome back. If you're a mentor, if you're an investor, by the way, already starting the day with a big shout out to our investors. And today, however, the stars of the show are the startups. Welcome to Selection Days. My name is Giovanni Vaccari. I have the honor, the big privilege of being Startup Bootcamp Netherlands' current managing director and also managing director for Brazil. But I'm not alone today, thank God, because I wouldn't want to just have this fun all for myself. I'm joined by my personal friend, but also my dear colleague, Sabina Basarayeva, Global Head of Growth and Relations.
Hello, hello. And of course, so happy to be here again. These have been quite a few very productive cycles. And of course, this is day 2 of these selection days. So over these selection days, we meet 60 amazing teams from all over the world that are pitching for only 30 spots in our upcoming accelerators: AI and Web3, DeepTech and Robotics, Food and Agri-Tech. So yesterday, we already saw 20 amazing teams.
Absolutely.
It is already a challenge to select 10. But of course, we rely a lot on your feedback and on your participation. We will tell you in just a minute on how that all works. But every day, we meet 20 teams, 10 in the morning, 10 in the afternoon. You have a chance to participate. And then we make, of course, the selection. And me personally, it's always very nice to see how these founders have grown from the very first moment we had an interview with them to today already.
Absolutely. And these days are designed to be fast-paced, they're designed to be fun, and they're designed to be interactive. What is your role as a viewer? You're not here to just watch, although watching is already a super good way to, of course, support this event, but we want to hear from you. We want you to ask questions. If you look on the side or at the bottom of this player, you're going to see a question box where you can add your name, your email, and your questions to the startups, and we're going to bring them live on the spot. Also, of course, you can talk to us through Matching Stars. We're going to talk about that very soon. These startups, once they are selected, 10 will be selected today and announced on Friday. They get access to unparalleled global mentorship, deals, financial investment, and so much more. And when we say global, we mean global. Startup Bootcamp is present in many countries across the world. We have invested in over 1,700 startups. I mean, hello, 15 years of history investing in many, many startups across many geographies. And we have hosted over 600 impactful events. So, I mean, we definitely are here with a mission, an unwavering mission to support these entrepreneurs.
Exactly. And of course, this is not just another pitch event. This is really a collaborative selection process. So just as Gio just said, we'll tell you in just a minute how you can actively participate. I know that we have a lot of investors and mentors that are with us for many cycles of selection days, so you already know what to do. But I also know we have quite a lot, I think, of new faces, not familiar yet. So we welcome you into our ecosystem. And today will be all about DeepTech and robotics.
DeepTech and robotics, a super interesting theme. We were discussing this actually in the morning. What a great timing to have a DeepTech and robotics program happening in Amsterdam. I mean, we are looking at an European continent that is looking more and more for sovereignty, for European-based solutions, but we are also looking for a DeepTech race and a robotics race across the globe, because Europe is strengthening its position around deep tech and robotics. We see America, the United States, we see other countries, other continents creating their own deep tech plan and their own deep tech initiatives, because it is so important to tackle the solutions of tomorrow and also the solutions of today. We're going to be talking about smart infrastructure, next-gen sensors, immersive platforms. They aren't future concepts. They're happening now. And this is the Startup Bootcamp promise. Today, we will select 10 teams that are not only cutting edge, but are profit-oriented, because we need to create sustainable development. These startups are focused on creating a positive impact to society, helping people in many ways, more than one, helping the planet, but also providing returns to our investors and to their local economies. So we're looking for sustainable development here, and we're looking for real applications in the world. We're not going to talk about hype. We're not going to talk about pipe dreams. We're going to be talking about real life applications for cutting edge innovation.
Absolutely. This is really, really exciting, of course. But let's not forget that even these 20 startups, these are already best of the best. So these are the ones that we scouted through hundreds of applications. We had hundreds of calls. That was fun these months, of course. But these really, I want to give a shout out to all of the founders that will be pitching today, because they are already so brave and so inspiring to be here on this stage and to share their vision with us.
Absolutely.
And operationally, they will each have 3 minutes to pitch. After that, we will have 5 to 7 minutes of Q&A. And of course, make sure to ask your questions during presentations or shortly after, because of course, then we can make sure to have time to ask them to the founders. And after that, these startups will move to the selection committee room. That is also an intense one. And of course, after we will be selecting only the top 10, and we will be announcing them already this Friday.
Absolutely. And how can you join us in this journey? You'll be voting via Matching Stars, Startup Bootcamp's very own custom-built web app that is making startup evaluation easy and fun. To show you how it works, we're going to cut to our global CTO, that's Chief Technology Officer, Mark Yellema.
Dear mentors, welcome to Matching Stars. In the next close to 3 minutes, I will explain how to log into Matching Stars, how to see the startups per day that will pitch, what the information is that they have uploaded, also how you can leave your comment and remarks per startup, and last but not least, how to edit your profile. First of all, you can go to matchingstars.startupbootcamp.org, and that's also in the link that you will see by email. If you put your email in here, you say login, and you will receive a one-time password, OTP code in your email that you need to copy here in order to log in. After you logged in, this is where you will end up. This is per selection day, the startups that will pitch in the right order. So rescalers will kick it off. On the other days, you can find in here which startups will pitch there. Now, on rescalers, you can already see a bit of their problem and their solution statement. But if you want to dive a little bit deeper into what they do, you just click their card and you will go to their profile. This is what the startup has actually uploaded for you, the mentors, to see. You can see their problem statement with a little bit more text. You can see their solution, and you can see their 30-second pitch and where they explain everything. Now, if you, after reading their information and seeing the pitch, would say, yeah, this is a good startup, I think they should be selected for the cohort and I like them, that's when you press the blinking star here. If you, on the other hand, also might say, well, not sure yet, bit indifferent, let's ignore this one for now, you can skip this one here. Important to note that once you are on selection days, you can leave your remarks. So with this, clicking this icon here, you can tell us, the selection committee, how clear is the startup's customer value proposition, how clear is the startup business model, and you can leave all your comments here. And at the end, you can say, if this startup would be selected to the cohort, I would like to mentor this startup. By clicking this yes, you can even leave a optional comment. Press submit, and we will take that data into the selection committee room to make sure that we take all the data points and actually help us choose the right startups. Now, if you want to upgrade your, or at least update your profile, your mentor profile, you need to click the avatar. In here, you can see what's currently on the Matching Star platform, but you can see this is an invitation to actually put more information in here, because if startups would need to find you, only having the country there would be a little bit shallow. So if you see this, then take your pencil icon here, upload maybe a picture if you want to. First name, last name should be there already. A description, this is just a short bio of what you're doing. Tag is saying small keywords where people can find you, job title, company, and what have you. Save the changes, and that will help us better match startups with you, and the startups can more easily find you. That's it. Thank you for joining, and have fun.
And thank you, Mark, for a very clear explanation. Just in case you are not on Matching Stars yet, don't worry. You can just drop your email in the question box that's right next to the player or below, and the team will get it sorted.
Indeed, and after these 3 busy days where you're joining us to help select these teams, we're going to have a very special announcement. So we see 20 days, well, we saw 20 days, oh my God, we saw 20 startups yesterday for AI and Web3. We're going to see 20 today for DeepTech and Robotics. Tomorrow, we're going to meet 20 teams for food and agri-tech. On Friday at 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, we're going to have an announcement of the 10 startups that were selected for each one of these industry verticals, making a grand total of 30 startups that are going to get investment, mentorship, and access to the Startup Bootcamp world-class accelerator. You can't miss it. I will see you as well on Friday, hopefully there too. Now,
wow, I think we're ready to kick it off. And our
Absolutely.
first trip is to Nigeria to meet the team of Microfuse Technologies. Let's welcome Emmanuel on stage.
hello, Emmanuel.
Hi, how are you?
Great. Very excited to have you here. Are you ready to pitch?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. So far, you're in first place. So good luck.
Thank you.
And you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi. Have you or someone you know encountered long wait times to book a doctor appointment, or you ended up going to the hospital and spending countless hours for a routine check? As Microfuse Technologies, we are tackling the challenge of delayed diagnosis, which often leads to advanced disease stages, decreased treatment efficacy, and increased healthcare costs. We've developed an AI-powered medical device that helps clinicians in making informed and data-driven clinical decisions by detecting diseases early enough by just taking a picture of the eye, just like taking a selfie with your smartphone. And with support from Johnson & Johnson and WHO, our device is CE marked and FDA approved. Our device works completely offline, it's non-invasive, it helps you to follow up with patients, and it also has a feature that enables you to predict a patient's condition, if the patient's condition is going to improve or degenerate over time. We've concluded a 2-year clinical trial with over 1,000 patients and 3 teaching hospitals. And our 5 patents gives us a solid standing to capture our target market, the diagnostic imaging market, which is estimated to be worth over 610 billion USD, and we are looking to obtain a little less of 1% of this market. We are B2B focused and utilizing a hybrid of lease subscription, direct sale, and licensing models. The lease subscription model is where we give our device upfront to hospitals and clinicians, and then they pay a monthly subscription fee. There are so many companies out there that offer some form of retinal imaging technology, but what makes us different from them is that they do not perform disease detection or diagnosis, but our device can perform diagnosis even in the absence of a clinician within 1 second. To date, we have raised a total of $88,500 in grant funding from Grant Challenges Canada, ASME, and United Nations. We are finalizing pilot programs with Imperial College London and Hamad Medical in Qatar, and also discussing a partnership with NHS UK. We are currently raising $500,000 to enable us to commercialize the solution, and in the next 6 months, this funding is going to help us onboard 35 clients that is going to translate to over $100,000 in monthly recurring revenue. Aside from from the funding we are raising, we are seeking strategic advisory and expansion opportunities, and also introductions to implementation partners. And we believe that utilizing startup bootcamps, networks, and resources is going to help us to achieve our immediate milestones in the coming months and beyond. We are a positive impact-minded startup, and this means that we not only generate profits, but we also generate positive change. Our team is made up of contact scientists, engineers, and doctors from Johnson & Johnson, WHO, and several other companies. And this is an array of companies that's been supporting us from our inception to date, and some excellent advisors we've had. Here is my email and phone number. Please feel free to reach out to me and to join us on this journey to make preventive healthcare accessible to all. And even if it's just to say hi, just shoot me an email. I reply within an hour. And thank you very much for your time. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for a great pitch and also a great CTA, I think. So I'm sure that a lot of mentors and, of course, partners will connect with you. So we already have some of the first questions coming in. And a reminder for everyone who just joined, you can ask questions through the question box right next to the player or in the bottom, I think, if you're from the phone. So how would you say your device compares with traditional lab diagnostics in terms of cost and accuracy?
Yeah. So during the clinical trials, we did a kind of like a comparison, kind of like by matching the results we're getting from the traditional method of diagnosis and our device to know where there is a significant difference or where they are matching, and then identify the issues or the reasons why they are not working. And we have achieved over 95% accuracy in terms of diagnosis and accuracy.
Fantastic. Now we know hospitals are not always the easiest one to integrate. So what are your biggest hurdles to hospital integration or regulatory approval?
Yeah, so hospitals are not easy to get into, but the approach that we've been using has been to run a pilot program with them. So our approach is approach these hospitals and clinics, and then present them with what we have already, and then show them the results we've gotten from our clinical trial, and then we run a pilot with them, thereby having them as a customer zero. And then after we validate their hypothesis and them trusting our device, then they turn into a paying customer.
Clear. We have another question. So how would you make sure of penetration of this crucial solution to the rural areas across developing, underdeveloped countries? And what would be the main barriers to entry? And of course, how you're going to resolve them?
Okay, yeah. So first barrier that we looked at was the costs of acquisition, or the cost of buying our product. And so that's why we came up with the lease subscription model that enables us to give it upfront to clinics and hospitals, and then they have the option to choose their kind of subscription method. Are they going to be comfortable with volume-based subscription, because a larger hospital will have more resources to acquire such a solution, and a smaller hospital will have less resources. So if they choose the volume-based subscription, if they perform 1,000 diagnoses in a month, they pay for that 1,000 diagnoses. Or if they prefer not to have a cap, they go for that model as well. And we are also partnering with ministries of health. This is going to give us more access and opportunities to penetrate those hard to reach areas and make sure that it gets to those that need it most.
Fantastic. Talking about where it's needed most, where do you aim to enter first? What is your first market of entry?
Okay, our primary market here is here in Nigeria, but we have also been, creating partnerships and alliances in different other regions, like in Switzerland, in US, and also in the Middle East, especially in Qatar. So we have developed what we see as a globally appealing solution. And one interesting feature about our product is that it's not just only works for one disease, so it can be adopted for several illnesses and diseases. So what we are doing is, for each market that we are entering, we target a specific niche that they're actually having issues with. For example, in the Middle East, like Qatar, they are having a severe challenge of type 2 diabetes, especially in the child population. So we are focusing with diabetes over there. So in Europe in general, we are focusing on diabetes and cancer, and then we keep on adding more diseases to the system, because it is easier to get a regulatory approval for one or two diseases, and then afterwards you then add another disease and then get the approval for that.
Amazing. And what would you say would be the key benefit for the hospitals compared to how they do things currently, if you have to highlight one?
Yeah, definitely. I would say it reduces the amount of resources that the hospitals have to spend. It also helps you in saving time and cost, and it also reduces misdiagnosis, because over 90% of severe cases that we have in hospitals are as a result of misdiagnosis or late diagnosis. So if a clinician has that opportunity or has those right resources and tools to make an informed and data-driven clinical decision early enough, then the chances of saving that patient, or making them leave the hospital as soon as possible, is there. So it saves them time, costs, and also helps in early detection and follow-ups.
Amazing. Well, I would say that now it is time for our signature questions. So for those of you who join us for the first time, then you will find out right now. So we have it a bit with a twist, because a lot of mentors are asking sort of similar thing. So what would you want to get out of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? Why do you want to be a part of the accelerator? So what is your main goal?
Yeah, our main goal is to scale this innovation. We have already achieved significant traction, and also the resources and supports we've gotten from inception to date kind of like validates what we are trying to do and the importance. Working with Johnson & Johnson, Grand Challenges Canada, and United Nations. So we are looking for that network and that opportunity to bring this innovation to make preventive healthcare more accessible to all. Often we focus on curative healthcare, but if you have preventive healthcare, it becomes a game changer, in the sense that you not only have to wait until you become critically sick before you start treating a patient, but if you're able to detect a disease early enough, it becomes very much a different story. So we are looking to utilize your network and resources to enable the growth and scalability of this innovation.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Very comprehensive answer, great pitch, and we wish you best of luck in the next stages.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think that was a very interesting and impressive kickoff.
I mean, the disease detection by eye photos, by eye technology, I mean, how important is that in a era where we continue to age, where we continue to fight diseases like cancer that we still don't have a solution for? I mean, absolutely fascinating proposal that indeed will help many people to change their lives for the better.
Exactly.
Now we go to the next pitch of the day.
Exactly. We go to Spain to meet Frederick from Convenit. Let's welcome him on stage.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great. We're perfect. We're the first day at our new office, so everything is kind of new here as well. So it's good.
Nice. And maybe the first day of the rest of your life if you get selected. So
absolutely.
You have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Alrighty. Okay. So first of all, I'm Frederick, and together with my co-founder Fabian, we've created Convenit. Convenit is a software platform unlocking cross-border shipping in Europe. You may think it's not very sexy, but think about Uber and taxis. We're the Uber for parcel delivery. I hope to explain why this is important and how you can be a part of it. So let's dig into the problem we're solving. In the red arrow between Spain and France clearly shows that cross-border shipments are 5 to 6 times more expensive compared to domestic. So why is this important? Well, only 8% of companies in the EU sell cross-border. Of those that don't, 62% don't mention high delivery costs as the main barrier. So how does it work? In the map to the right, in one, the client groups all Convenit parcels into one bag or pallet.
We'll need some volume.
That is shipped off to our logistics center. Can you hear us? Can you hear me well? Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. We can hear you loud and clear.
Cool. Okay. So, all right. So after one, the client groups all the Convenit parcels into one bag or pallet, shipped off to our logistics hub. In two, we use freight forwarders for the international part of the transport. And in three, when the packages arrive to the destination country, they're injected into a trusted local green courier for final delivery. So big companies already use this model. What we've done is to make it accessible to SMEs. Why are we uniquely positioned to do this? Well, we've lived firsthand the cross-border pain. We also make DeepTech meet real-world logistics. We're a tech platform, not a new courier. Our in-house tech stack spans from machine learning, scalable microservices, and to smart orchestration. And we have execution speed. Here, I just want to say the market is huge. Again, some numbers so you get an idea. In 2024, 20.8 billion parcels generated close to 100 billion in revenue. In terms of competition, it comes from DHL and UPS mostly. However, their pricing models often make cross-border shipping unsustainable. There is an exception, a UK-based startup called Mule that has proven that our model actually works, and then Brexit disrupted their EU operations. We believe that the real competition will come from new startups. So in terms of pricing model, super simple, 50 cents on top of the actual cost. We want it to be super transparent, simple, and very scalable. So how will we scale? We've divided the future into 2 blocks of 18 months. The first 18 months will take us to break even. And at the end of that term, we'll have 82 clients, we hope. And the next 18 block, during the next 18 months, we will double the workforce, yet arriving at a comfortable profit. So it's not all about money, but by giving priority to green couriers and using smart routing, we will help reduce emissions. Our data will also give businesses clear CO2 insights, which they currently want and tell us they will require in the future. So we will be greatly positioned there. To sum it up, businesses need Convenit to trade beyond borders. The EU needs Convenit to empower its single market. The planet needs Convenit to make parcel delivery greener. We're ready to scale, and we need you, Startup Bootcamp, and everybody else to make it happen. So please reach out. There's so much more behind this 3-minute presentation that we want to share.
Well, thank you very much. Great pitch. We already have quite a few questions. Just before we move to the questions, in case anyone is having problems with matching stars, please put your email in the question box as well, because that way we can help you proactively. By name, it is fine. Now, moving to the questions, of course, the first one, how do you ensure reliability and tracking across multiple last mile partners?
It's breaking up a little bit. How do I ensure liability and tracking, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, so it's as we're starting, we're mixing our own devices, IoT devices that collect information exactly where parcels are, so we get more detailed information. We put tracking devices on trucks. We're talking to car manufacturers to tap into the bus system and the technology in the actual vehicles, which is an open API. So we will have more data basically, but we also process all the data we get from the different couriers in different format, turn it into mainstream format or a uniform format, and we interpret that, learn from that, and try to make intelligent decisions based on that, very much like Google does with Google Maps.
Wow, fantastic. What makes your pricing model or network more scalable than legacy courier services?
Well, I think there is a huge problem with, it's kind of on a sidetrack here in a way, but I think people are finding it frustrating to understand invoices from couriers in general, that it's right, are they paying the right thing, what's going on? It's like the electricity bills of the old days. So I think there's a need for a very clear model. I think also adding a very understandable fee is logical. People understand it, they accept it, and obviously it scales because it's transactional. So we're not going to have to add people and machines in the same rhythm that we, increase our transactions.
Amazing. Thank you very much for a clear answer. Actually, talking about customers, can you help us understand better what is your ideal first customer?
Excellent question. So when we set out to do this, this all started with our own pain from a B2C, right? So we had B2C on the top of our heads, and those are the kind of companies we've talked to. Recently, we've realized, and we've spoken to other types of companies which are more B2B. So we realized that really this need spans across. And if you look specifically around CO2 information, this is a very interesting topic for the future. Today, companies need it in order to meet their goals, objectives, or promises to shareholders and whoever. They fear or they think that in the future they're going to have it because you're going to be taxed on it. You're going to be charged on top of it. There are going to be regulations. So moving into a system where you get this data reliably and that can help you improve and work with how much you're emitting from transports is very key.
Perfect. And now that we have established the ideal customer, can you tell us a bit more about your go-to-market strategy? So how you're going to reach them, basically.
Yeah. So what we've done is, we've created this system out of money from our own pockets so far. We've got 2 customers up and running. I think what we're currently doing right now is it's a little bit like booking or hotels.com or whatever. We need to fill this platform with content and quite quickly. So right now we're very focused on getting some investors. We have a complete kit of like some partially loans, EU contributions, subsidies and stuff going on. But we also need a few investors in there to get a sufficient basically financing to get a team that can go out there and talk to these clients. I could talk to you about strategies. One that we've done, for example, to give you a concrete answer is we've looked at traffic on domains for companies online, selling online, and we're looking at how much traffic is coming, from their own country and from outside. And then, of course, we attack those that sell very little outside of their own country, but have a lot of traffic because there's an opportunity there, and so they're typically very interested to listening.
Amazing. And actually, I think all the questions flow very nicely in your storyline, because the next one is, what would you say your main challenge? So something that you want to resolve in the upcoming months and how you're planning to do that.
Well, I think the main big challenge here is keeping our cash flow intact, right? Because we're going to need to run with losses. Each trajectory, like each destination, let's say Spain, France, Spain, Italy, and so on, and within the country, requires a little bit of a setup, right? So we can quite quickly become profitable on one trajectory, but adding those in a reasonable rhythm yet maintaining, taking care of cash flow and understanding that, and that whole mix is going to be a little bit difficult. We know people are interested. We know freight forwarders are interested. We have the contacts out there, but how do we build this in a sensible way?
Amazing. Thank you very much. Great pitch, great answers. And now it's time for our golden question, so to say. Why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Lovely question. Love it. So for us, it's very obvious. We need you guys to help us prepare for the fundraising. Basically, we're going to need to get find money. We're in the game. We're talking. We have contacts within the EU, but we want to get your help to prepare to do this in a professional and a correct way, so it's also honest and transparent, and also hopefully get some contacts, and go out and show people why they should be a part of this.
Great plan. Thank you very much again, and wish you best of luck, of course, in the next stages. And we see you on Friday when we'll be announcing the 10 startups that made it to the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Superb. We're back.
Exactly. And that was, again, another very, very energetic and interesting startup.
Absolutely. I mean, solving last mile delivery at a fraction of the cost, at a fraction of the carbon footprint. I mean, it's going to be a big challenge to solve. Are they the right team to solve it? You can let us know via Matching Stars. And a reminder that if you have any problems with Matching Stars, you can say so in the chat box. And please leave your email on the content of your chat so we can act more quickly when solving your ticket. Now, the next startup is coming from the Netherlands. At least they're registered in the Netherlands. It's PTTHEX. I don't want to butcher the name. So let's go welcome them on stage to tell us first how to say it.
Hello, guys. My name is Ali Reza. It's difficult to pronounce it for you.
Your name, I got it, Ali Reza, but the name of your startup is?
PTTHEX. PTT push to talk, and Hex is our group name.
PTTHEX. We have your slides coming on screen right now.
Okay.
Yes, you got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Okay. When every second counts, chat apps and phone calls do not cut it. PTTX gives teams instant, secure, and smart communication. No hardware, no delay. Traditional walkie-talkie are outdated, unsecure, unreliable, and limited. They fail in emergency, lack of encryption, and cannot support modern global team. PTTX transfer any smartphone into secure real-time walkie-talkie, works even offline with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, integrates AI features like live translation. The only PTTX solution combining AI, offline mode, encryption, and seamless UX across devices. PTTX delivers secure AI power communication with offline capability, outperforming Zello and other in critical real-time environments. We are targeting public safety, logistic, and industrial teams in Europe, worth billion, capturing even 0.1% means 10 million revenue potential in 5 years. Our traction and achievement, LOI for us, IVS and construction company, MVP is live alpha user nominated by SBC Accelerator and backed by Frank and the Back. It seems 2 meetings are.
Is everything okay over there?
I think something's happened technically because the other meeting has.
We can hear you.
Or business model subscription based on B2B software as a service and monthly yearly subscription, multi-tier pricing, a standard pro enterprise, no hardware investment required, early adopter on board. We are raising 300K to finalize our mobile apps launching commercially and secure. First paying customer, 250K has already been invested by the founder. PTTX led by expert in telecom AI and operation with proven product delivery and a startup experience. PTTX smart and sustainable communication enable a smart eco-friendly communication, no hardware, less waste, lower emission, and energy efficient operations. We are looking for a mentorship, enterprise intro, and ecosystem support. And you can scan or a QR code and enjoy or free. Sorry, it seems something's happened for me. Two meetings are mixed together. I'm confused, guys. Oh, okay. Let me.
Well, we just hear you and watch you in one channel only. So for us, it's fine. Maybe there's another tab open in your computer. But
Yeah, actually, I moved to the Zoom meetings also, and they're calling me. They make
okay, yeah,
confusion.
no. So the Zoom meeting is for after. You can close that tab for now, so we can stay within this channel just for you and I at the moment. Now,
Okay.
just for the questions are starting to come in. First question: what is your current customer acquisition cost?
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned, we have already LOI contract list of interest from the companies in the construction and oil and gas. Also, we have a contract with for us. We have LOI. Also, the cost of the find the other client, I mean the small groups and SMEs, we have to attract them via the digital marketing, socials, and etc. Yeah, but the cost is not too much, and we can handle it with little
Fantastic.
prices. Yeah.
And what specific industries or teams are showing the earliest traction? So who do you see is most interested about your technology at the moment?
Yeah, actually, during last 2 years, when we work on this technology and we change so many things, we are closely work with the construction companies and oil and gas in Emirates. And so we customize the technology with their requirement, especially, for example, for SMEs, we make the one management plan or and they can manage everything based on the requirement. For example, the level of the access, the GIS space for the geographical information system to manage the employee who use or product in the specific area. And then we used AI for their requirement. For example, if their handset dropped and nobody touched that, they can understand something's happened, and automatically we can handle the speaker and microphone, and the team can make a conversation with the employee. Also, we put the other technology for online translation, because in the construction system there are multilingual employee, and sometimes the comments are doing, but we also focus on small teams like hiking, bicycles, teams, groups, also the small SMEs like restaurant, because all of them can use the push to talk system for their again I face the problem with Zoom. Sorry.
We're getting a lot of, like, I keep looking down because we're getting lots of questions for you. We're going to try to do two quick ones. Are you targeting emergency response systems, healthcare, or remote in defense?
Yeah, actually, we put some features for emergency systems, as I mentioned. For example, one of the features, because most of the emergency team need in circumstance use the walkie-talkie to conversation with teammate and the etc. So we put so many features based on the AI, based on the there is a problem with these guys. How can
No
I
worries.
stop
If
them?
you close Zoom and just
Yeah.
stay with us here, we'll be fine.
Yeah, actually, for the emergency teams, we put some features, as I mentioned. For example, SOS feature for the emergency situation. Also, we reduce the hardware cost for emergency teams. For example, for urgence, I don't know, for police, or it's not work for them, but they can put their application on the phone and use instead of the old-fashioned walkie-talkies. Yeah.
100%. Now we have time for the golden question. Why does your startup want to join a Startup Bootcamp Accelerator right now? Why is this the right time for you to be joining us?
Yeah, actually, it's a challenging question, because accidentally we joined in the startup bootcamp, and when we passed the first three interviews, then we start a study about the startup bootcamps, and now we are 100% sure we find the good opportunity to be partner with the startup bootcamp to reach our targets.
Thank you very much. It's your inspiration, your energy, the energy of our startups is what drives us every day. We thank you for joining us. We wish you the best of luck in the next calls. Now is the right time to go back to that Zoom link so you can meet
yeah, because there is so many voice on my ear and I confused everything. Thank you very much, guys.
It's a busy day, but we're sure you're gonna make it. We're gonna see each other again on Friday for the announcement of the selected teams.
You are right.
Good luck.
Bye.
And now we're staying within the European continent because we're going to Switzerland to talk to Lynk. Rahul, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing today?
Great.
Doing excellent. We're energized still, and I only had one coffee so far, so it's definitely real. It's coming from my own body and from watching you guys. Excited for your pitch. You have 3 minutes once your slides go on screen. Good luck.
Awesome. Hello from Chicago. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. We are Lynk, providing reliable and affordable satellite-based internet service. Millions of people across the world struggle with slow, unreliable, and costly mobile internet. Dead zones, congestion, unpredictable rising costs have frustrated users, disrupted business, and limited access to essential services. What if I told you there was a better way? Lynk is a DeepTech Dutch startup delivering unlimited global satellite internet with no dead zones. It turns your smartphone into a portable Wi-Fi hotspot with no external devices. We offer unlimited data plans for only €19.99 to €24.99 per month. In our early traction, we have over 650 users on our waitlist, and we have converted 93%. And in the first 2 months, we have generated €12,000 in revenue for our early access program. We have also generated a lot of interest with potential partners. Looking at our milestones, we initially invested €160,000 between the co-founders. We grew our team, and in just 3 months, we developed our MVP and are now conducting private testing in our network lab to scale our solution. Based on our waitlist feedback, our initial pilot is targeted for Berlin, Germany. Let's talk about the team. We have Paris as CEO, our fearless leader. He's a serial tech entrepreneur with one successful exit. Then we have Yasin, our CTO, the brains behind the operation. He has worked with Paris since 2019, and together they have co-founded 2 startups. I'm Rahul, the COO. I reduce the friction. I'm a former IBMer. I met Paris and Yasin at a tech conference in London and joined the team shortly after. We've also built a cross-functional team of 30 high-level professionals from the likes of Nokia, Cisco, Apple, and Microsoft. We've also established a board of directors with executive experience at major telecom companies like Vodafone and Nokia, and a personal network of VCs in UAE and the Saudi wealth funds. So why SBC? We want to collaborate with SBC's strong network of partners, investors, and mentors. We want to build awareness with international communities and events such as Impact Day and Investor Week. And we want to bring our vision to life and build the next Dutch unicorn with our roots in SBC. Thank you again. Please scan the QR code to access our pitch deck. We believe Lynk will disrupt the telecom industry the way iPhone disrupted the mobile device market. We hope you will join us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We love the ambition. We're very much looking forward here in this ecosystem for another Dutch unicorn. If you can explain to us, are you located in the Netherlands, Switzerland entity? How does your structure work?
Yeah, so we're planning to incorporate in the Netherlands, but currently, like, our team is based out of Switzerland. I'm based out of Chicago, as I said, so we're kind of internationally focused here.
Fantastic. We love to see diversity does make better teams. Research supports that. So we're looking forward to hearing more from you guys today. First question, how do you take care of legal processes and IP, intellectual property?
Absolutely. So we're keenly aware that we're going to have to address a lot of legal and regulatory frameworks. And so we've already established a legal team. We have 2 lawyers on staff from JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank. So they understand not only mergers and acquisitions, but also the regulatory framework that we're going to have to operate in. So we're taking a very defensive posture to make sure that we're well represented in that aspect.
How do you find your place as a startup in such a saturated market is another question from one of our mentors.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're unique, right? Because we're not following the traditional telecom model where you have cell phone towers and all of these limiting kind of hardware and technical factors. Yeah. We're using satellite-based internet, all distributed through our cloud. So it's a very unique process, and our secret sauce makes it so that all of the bandwidth is balanced very well. So that's how we're sort of able to circumvent the challenges that you would find in a traditional telecom model.
Fantastic. How does your AI, sorry, I will take my last one and you can go. How does your AI determine what's important to retain or summarize within the workflow?
So basically the way that it works is we need to balance the needs of the different people accessing our system. So what you'll have is, for example, if you have 5 people on our network at any given time, one of them might be streaming, one of them might be online gaming, and some other folks might be using more low bandwidth services, right? And so that's the secret sauce to the way our system works, is that we're able to balance that out and nobody's affected. It's all very seamless. It's all very smooth.
Amazing. So we do have quite a lot of questions. I will take a couple. Sounds very impressive, but then to that I want to ask, what would you say is your biggest challenge and how do you plan to address it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think our biggest challenge initially was sort of understanding how do we balance the needs of the various devices that are coming on. So it was what I alluded to earlier. It's taking all of this bandwidth, making sure that it's distributed in the right way, making sure that it's smooth, making sure that when people are moving around on the network, there's not any issues there. So it's really making sure that the things are balanced and people aren't affected and everything is smooth and all of the bandwidth is being distributed properly.
Amazing. And how dependent would you say you are on the mobile set hardware? Is there a risk of mobile set manufacturer to lock you out?
No, there isn't, because we actually use eSIM model. So we're able to kind of circumvent any sort of hardware. So that's what I mentioned during my pitch about not needing any additional hardware, including a SIM card. So we feel good that we will be able to circumvent any kind of any issues there, although we don't anticipate any issues.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Great pitch, great answers. And of course, time for our signature question. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Absolutely. So I think, when we thought about what we needed to be successful in the market, we needed 3 things, right? We needed team, we needed timing, and we needed a product. And so I think we have a great team between the co-founders and also all of the engineers, the cross-functional team, UX designers, mobile designers, marketing team. I think we have the team in place. I think the timing is right. The technology is there. The need is there. But I think we really want to help kind of formalize and position our product in a way so that we're able to kind of market it to the VCs and make sure that we get the best valuation. So we really want to partner with SBCs, mentors, and the partner network. And I think it's really important that we're with folks that we can learn from. So we really want to learn. We really want to be interacting and kind of shape the product in the right way.
Amazing. Thank you very much for your answer. And of course, we wish you best of luck in the next steps.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. See you Friday.
Yep.
Now I am so excited.
Yes, and again with DeepTech, it's so interesting because we target so many different industries that are all under this umbrella. So I cannot wait to see who's next. And
can I make a little joke about who's next? It's ground control to MajorDom.
Oh my God, I love it.
The startup MajorDom is coming from Germany.
Let's welcome Mark on stage. Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hi,
guys.
how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, just a little bit nervous. So let's get straight to the business.
Let's do it. Let's make sure your slides are on the screen. And you have 3 minutes starting now.
So, wife acceptance factor, a term that I discovered while I was browsing smart forums of Home Assistant, an open source smart home platform. It's a joke term used to describe how likely is a device to be accepted by a wife. So it's the most difficult test in a household. The idea is, while one side wants power and functionality, other side usually wants simplicity and aesthetics. And the lowest wife acceptance factor has smart home. Well, take Home Assistant. It's basically a nightmare to set up. You practically need to be an engineer and spend long nights to make it work, and it will break anyway. Yet, it's the most popular smart home system. Why? Well, because other alternatives force users to cherry-pick devices by brand label. They vendor lock users in their ecosystems, and there are privacy issues. Only 5% of smartphone owners have a smart home because it's broken. And now hear about MajorDom, a universal smart home platform that's designed to be as simple as it gets and be accessible for everyone, with only 2 devices and 1 mobile app for everything. Our products are MajorDom Hub, basically a router and a brain of a smart home that connects devices from different brands together into one system, and MajorDom Audio, a smart speaker that features Archie, our incredibly smart on-device voice assistant. And unlike other systems, our devices keep all data local, so there is no internet issues, no cloud logs, and everything is private. And there is absolutely no other solution on the market that offers the same combination of features and benefits. And our traction proves that we are on the right path. We have already collected 1,000 emails signed up for early access. Almost 200 people paid half or full price for our product without any promises. $20,000 were raised on Kickstarter in 1 month. And 10,000 people read our product page. The market, by the way, is huge, but today everyone is focused on software and AI. So nobody seems to care about hardware, and despite huge market and unsolved issues, there is no solution yet. But the question is about hardware, software, I always ask, is it too much to take both? So our business plan not only includes device sales, but we also plan additional revenue sources from software features, for example, cloud services, optional cloud services, and collaborations with other smart home brands like IKEA Home or Google thermostats or Ulight. I love hardware. It's not only additional revenue, but hardware brings the most loyal customers. because they can't simply change the app in one day and unsubscribe from your software. Such an ambitious project requires a hell of a team, and the good thing, we have it. We have experts to cover all fields, from design to business. And we also have super experienced experts as advisors that help us every month. With this team, we have already developed a prototype. We completed product market fit, customer development, we gained traction, we raised money on crowdfunding.
Mark, so sorry, but just to let you know, you're already 1 minute over. So if you can please wrap up on this slide, and then of course we can ask questions to help you.
Sure, it's 2 slides left. So we have already established connections with manufacturers and distributors. And the most important thing, the real experts of smart home installers want our system. And we already received letters of intent. And with this progress, the only thing left to do is final push investment to finish development and enter the market.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Great pitch. It was a really nice start. I really like the wife acceptance thingy. So the very first question is in, and of course, how do you position you against giants like Google Home and Alexa while still staying privacy first?
So we have a comparison table that shows that these giants actually are the worst smart home systems to use, because no privacy, they require internet, and we always think that we're not competing about big companies, we're competing only with small offices. So it's not all Google, it's only Google Home that is small, and that is probably now underfunded because all money are going to AI.
Makes sense. And when we talk about go-to-market, can you a little bit walk us through your strategy to actually make sure that people are using that? So what countries do you plan to start with? What kind of markets?
So we plan to start with Europe, Germany in particular, because we already have 2 connections with smart home distributors and installers in Germany. So we already have people who want our system, we just need to manufacture it.
Understood. And can you explain us a bit more? What is it that you manage at home with the hardware software system of yours?
So it's light management, it's microclimate, so air quality, CO2, oxygen, it's security systems, it's things for pets like automatic feeders, it's remote control, it's cameras, it's garden, it's electric cars, maybe some people connect Teslas to their smart home. So there are many things. The only limit is imagination.
Clear. And another question is, are you using Matter protocol or competing with it?
We support many protocols, and we love Matter because it tries to do the same thing we do, but it's a little bit too slow, and Matter is hard-coded devices, so every device that wants to work with Matter need to pass certification, need to pay money to this for royalty. But we do support Matter. We also support Zigbee, Z-Wave, and other protocols in particular. For example, we have special integration for Ulight, for Switchbot, and for a few other
Amazing. Companies. Another interesting question is, do you also plan to track CO2 emissions and energy consumption?
Yeah, sure.
Great. And I think the last question before we move to our signature one, of course, what would be currently your main challenge and how do you plan to solve it?
The main challenge probably will be hardware manufacturing, because there are many things that can go wrong, and the price of mistake is much higher than in software. But we have advisors who already work with hardware. For example, Flipper Zero, who advising us, sells devices for $5 million every month. So they also have a few connections in Taiwan. But the problem with Taiwan and Chinese manufacturers, they want very big orders, and we currently don't have so much. And we need to think about something small, and something small is usually more expensive. So these are challenges that we need to face.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much for the pitch and for the answers. And now the time for a final question. Why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
First and first, we need more investments to finish the development because hardware and big software are expensive. But I also love feedback. I like negative feedback even more. So when people say what is wrong, because when people say that everything is great, it doesn't give any crucial information to grow.
Of course.
And I like feedback. I love when people with experience share it, so I can learn on someone else's mistake and not to pay my own price with it.
Fantastic.
So it's experience, it's advices, and it's investments.
Loving to learn is so important, right? And we see that passion in you as well. We wish you the best of luck in the next rooms, which are the selection rooms, and we will see you again on Friday for the announcement of the selected teams.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're still energized, we're still excited, and we're still looking for the top 10 startups in the deep tech and robotics field. The next team is coming up.
Exactly. So we're halfway through our morning session, of course. So we still have quite a few. Just a reminder, you can get on Matching Stars to vote for the startup that you think belongs in the program, but you cannot really vote unless you have full opinion of them. So make sure to ask questions to the chat box next to the player.
Absolutely. And we're going to relay those questions right now, live, directly coming now from Algeria, right?
Exactly.
Who are we going to meet next?
We're going to meet Mohammed from V Solutions. So let's welcome him on stage.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well.
Hello, Mohammed.
Are you excited to pitch?
Yeah,
exactly. We're very excited to have you here. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. So I am Mohammed Abdel Malik, CEO of V Solution. V Solution is a startup company that is specialized in robotics and AI. So today we present you our product, the VBot. So this is an overview of what we'll go through this presentation. First of all, the problematic. So as you may know, today we are in a society that consumes a lot and that created a huge amount of warehouses all across the world. And all these warehouses have a lot of problems separately. For example, operational efficiencies and elevated costs, lack of real-time visibility, peaking optimization problem, time wastage, redundant activities, and inefficient movement. All of that combined results in wastage of time, problems, and issues in the operational movement of the warehouse. So our innovative solution is the VBot. So the VBot addresses these critical issues head-on. Equipped with advanced AI capabilities, VBot streamlines the warehouse's tasks by handling material transportation, order fulfillment, and precise inventory management. It significantly reduces errors and enhances operational efficiencies and improves overall productivity. Surely, our robot, the VBot, is packed with robust functionalities. Dynamic mapping, AI-powered tracking, inventory checklist, integrated tablet control, optimized navigation, and surely our robot is up to hold 200 kilos, and he has an autonomy of 8 hours per shift. So our business plan is a subscription model, robot as a service, RaaS, priced at $2,999 per year. So surely is customizable according to the warehouse and according to the warehouse size, staff requirement, and integration features. We employ strategic pilots. We employ strategies to surely have all the stats to have all this data. Surely, we employ also strategic consumer acquisition methods including targeted pilots programs and strategic partnerships, especially within the pharmaceutical warehouses, and surely also with other of warehouses types like e-commerce warehouses and all. Our marketing strategy targeted, initially focusing on, as I said, the pharmaceutical warehouses and also e-commerce, as our first early adopter is an e-commerce warehouse, our first client. So we focus on all that types of warehouses. Also, the robotic market is really growing, surely in the Middle East and Africa. It has really boom with a growth rate of 26% annually. Also, this is our team. I am Mohamed Abdelmak, the CEO. There is Abdel Ghafour, the CTO, Zaki, the automation engineer, and Kamel, the electrical and IT expert. Our current status. So we are in the testing phase, as I said, with one of our early adopters. Mysore Delivery is it's an e-commerce warehouse here in Algeria. We have achieved a lot of milestones, and we are going forward and forward. And thank you.
And thank you very much. Great pitch. So very impressive. And we already have quite a few questions coming in. So what would you say, first of all, makes VBot stand out in the crowded robotics market?
So there is a lot of mobile robots in the market, surely autonomous robots. Mainly, the autonomous robots requires an arrangement in the warehouse where you need to put kind of stuff for the robot that he can move smoothly in the warehouse. Our VBot, we don't have restrictions. You just put the robot in the warehouse and he will do the magic with the dynamic mapping and all. He will map the warehouse and he will know the zone by zone where to go exactly.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And can you actually remind us of the industries where the bot would be the best applicable?
Surely e-commerce, as I said, pharmaceutical warehouses. They were our first target audience, but we kind of improved the robot. As I said, he can hold up to 200 kilos, and we will go even kind of more. So he can support a lot of weight and kind of go to all through types of warehouses.
Perfect. And can you tell us a bit more about the traction?
We kind of we kind of searching for investment because now we have our first client, and recently we were in the event of the Web Summit in Qatar, and we kind of have great offers from clients, and it's right then when we asked ourselves how we can produce 1,000 robots at a time and 500 robots, and this is why we want to go through this experience to kind of accelerate the process and go even further.
That is an amazing objective to have for sure.
Yes, so actually another question is kind of related to that. And the question is, what scalability challenges do you anticipate with this model? Maybe in some industries more or less?
So in first place, we have estimated to produce kind of in the first year 14 robots. Just an estimation with the clients that we are talking, and we have what we have with the testers. And as I said, the more we go, we expose, and we have great results. We see that we will have great demand in the market, and we are now kind of estimating it to 100 robots if we kind of go through the challenge, and it can go upper and upper, higher and higher.
Fantastic. I think it's time.
Exactly. So our
Yes.
signature question, of course, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
So as I said, we are in a scaling problem, and I see that you all guys have a great team, and we want to share that your experience and kinda go through these challenges.
Amazing.
Fantastic.
Well, thank you very much. Great pitch, great answers.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Good luck.
I continue to get impressed by people's passion, dedication. You can see that whenever we ask these founders questions, they have very clear answers. That's because they live and breathe their solutions. Now it is time for us to take a quick trip to Pakistan to meet the team of Greenovate. Ibrahim,
Yeah, I hope you can see my screen and hear me loud and clear.
we can hear you loud and clear, and we're going to have your screen coming up. And yes, you got
Yeah,
3 minutes for your pitch. Good luck.
so imagine a world where anyone from anywhere can invest in renewable energy projects by clicking a button. That's what we are building at Greenovate, a digital platform that connect everyday investor with the renewable energy project like solar, wind. We use blockchain technology to ensure that your investment is transparent, secure, and directly linked with impactful renewable energy projects. One can start with little amount money, as little €100. The problem we are solving is that around the world, 1 billion people still lack access to the electricity. In Europe, it's 8 million. When it's come to the green investment opportunity, we have very limited access to that. And if we may have, there is the lack of transparency element that hinder the overall growth of these investment opportunities. So, to solve all these problems, the solution we are coming up to make a one-stop shop platform where individual can easily invest in tokenized energy investment that will be powered by blockchain technology. So, how our platform work? Investor register themselves, they see different renewable energy projects and invest in the project that align their goals. This whole process will be automated using the power of smart contracts, which will tell you the amount of investment you are doing and the amount of ROI you will be getting from our platform, whether it's monthly or quarterly. So our unique value proposition is that we want to make this experience as simple as possible, just like ordering a pizza. We empower individual everyday investor with a little amount of money, as little €100 to be a part of this clean energy revolution. And our platform use blockchain technology, which will ensure the transparency and the security when it's come to your investment. So the competition landscape, following are the competitors we having, but how we differentiate ourselves is that we primarily focus on individual investors, the everyday investor. We partner with the renewable energy developers to provide a robust line of projects. That differentiates is that we use AI analytics feature for the advanced data analytics and ROI features that will help them to take better decision when it's come to their investment choices. So if you talk about the market opportunity we have, we primarily target individual investor. We partner with the renewable energy developer to design different projects for our investors. We see a great potential when it's come to the renewable energy market size in the Europe and the Netherlands. We believe data centers have the 90 billion euro market size, and we want to tap into this. Europe needs 3.5 million electric charging hubs by 2030s, and we believe big corporations and private players investment are not enough. We want to empower individual to be part of this renewable energy revolution. The green hydrogen market is $500 billion by 2050, and if we use the battery storage as a service within our platform, it's the 30 billion by 2030. So the primarily market size, it's a $1.5 trillion, and it will grow by $9 trillion by 2030. The European Union market size is $5 billion, $500 billion. The Netherlands is $24 billion euro, and if we take 0.5 percent investment of the Europe and Netherlands total population, and they invest €100, we can easily grab investment of 105 million euro per year, and from the Europe we can grab up to 2.7 billion euro. So this means there is a potential growth when it's come to the green investment opportunities. Renewable energy is becoming cheaper day by day. So if we talk about the business model we have, we charge a small commission fees from the RR transactions. That will be 10%. We will be having a premium subscription model for the advanced AI analytics and investment opportunities. We will also monetize and generate
Quick
revenue
note,
from the
you're
carbon credit.
you're a little bit above the time limit, so we're going to need you to wrap up on the next two
Yeah,
slides.
yeah,
15 questions, 15 seconds, please.
yeah. So yeah, so traction and milestones. We received 10,000 grants amount of money for the MVP development. We are currently building our MVP platform. So following are our team members. So yeah, I think that's all from my side. I think I'm a bit short on time. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you very much for listening. I would love to hear your critical feedback and question answer from the audience.
Thank you very much. So the first question is, how does Greenovate plan to attract both green projects and investors?
Yeah, so the thing is, first is to educate and aware individuals about their investment choices. When it's come to the investment opportunities, we have very limited access to either go for real estates or bank sector. Why not renewable energy sector, where renewable energy is becoming? So it's all about educating our investor through different platforms like webinars, seminars, and doing industry events to educate them. And we will be doing collaboration and partnership with the renewable energy developers by looking into their portfolios, their market dimensions, and their market size, and how we can synergize together to create a ripple effect when it's come to the financing and deployment of renewable energy projects.
Perfect. Thank you. How can investors make an exit and get their investment back in the end?
Yeah, so they have their choices. To our calculations, we give 2% monthly ROI. It's annual of 24%. So their principal investment will be given back to them within 3 years to 4 years, and they can easily exact their tokenized investment to other peer-to-peer investors.
Now, in the matters of transparency, how do you ensure trust and transparency for small investors funding local energy projects?
So that's the beauty of our usage of blockchain technology. The blockchain ensure the will make ensure that your investment is transparent, secure, and your investment is directly linked with the impactful energy projects. So yeah,
Great. What type of renewable projects will you prioritize, and how are you going to vet them? So how are you going to make sure they are the right one?
so we will be primarily focused on the solar and wind energy, initially primarily for the pilot projects. And for as far as the pre-vetting projects, we'll be using third party to audit these pilot projects to see how much this particular project will be electricity generating, how much carbon emission they will be doing, and how long it will sustain to give a real benefits to our investors. So looking into these particular factors, we will ensure that our investors meet the rightful impactful projects.
Fantastic. What is your target area of work looking like? So are you looking for Europe, specifically Netherlands, Asia? Where do you want to begin the great journey of Greenovate?
Yeah, so we see our platform as a global climate fintech platform. We want to see our Greenovate where people from anywhere can invest in these projects, as the electricity crisis is across the world.
Yeah.
So we want to empower everyday investors, whether you are sitting in Tokyo or Netherlands or Japan or USA. Everyone can be a part of this journey to help and to transition to the low carbon economy.
Now, do you want to ask the golden question, Sabina?
Absolutely. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Yeah, so we want to tap into the top tier network of the SPC team. That's include the investors, the mentors. We want to leverage the power of partnership using SPC network with the renewable energy developers and other players that can help us and create a scalable platform for help for our
Thank you
platform.
so much.
Amazing.
Yeah, we will see you Friday for the selection of this, for the selection announcement. And we wish you the best of luck in the next rooms where you're going to go through further in the selection committee.
Looking forward.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Now, do you want to help change the world? Do you want to be the change you want to see out there? Startup Bootcamp operates, of course, with investors. All our programs are listed in the stock exchange via an exchange. If you want to be one of the investors, being the fuel that drives these spaceships to a new place, to brand new places, you can join us on Bold 2. You can visit our website, startupbootcamp.org, for investment opportunities, or find our profile on an exchange and invest in one of our many verticals. Investors are open for European, but also international. For further information, don't forget to contact us at amsterdam@startupbootcamp.org, or you can send us an email directly to relations@startupbootcamp.org for more information. The next startup is coming directly from the Netherlands. That's homegrown from onze eigen bodem, I think it's called, Easy PCR Apostolos. Welcome to the stage. How are you doing today?
Fine. Do you hear me?
We hear you perfectly well. Are you excited to pitch for us?
Yes, sure. I'm excited.
I heard from the selection team, from the scouting team, that you're going to bring a lot of energy. We can't wait to see that. It's time for Easy PCR. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Apostolos. I'm an electronic engineer and the co-founder of Easy PCR. At Easy PCR, we design and manufacture portable PCR instrument, offering solutions for scientists, researchers, healthcare professionals that they need fast, accurate PCR tools for their experiment. Polymerase chain reaction. PCR is a technique that amplifies the DNA to millions of copies. Once it's amplified, it's very easy to detect pathogens, bacteria. PCR is a crucial tool in molecular biology for diagnosing diseases. Traditional PCR instruments that exist in the market are heavy, large, and expensive. Just for the thermocycler that amplify the DNA, it costs typically between 5,000 to 7,000 euros. At Easy PCR, we achieved to decrease the size factor by 10 times and drop the price also by 10 times. So our instrument deliver high temperature accuracy in all stages and cycles, a user-friendly interface to define the protocol, an SD card to save the bioprotocol and recall it. All these features in an affordable price of 649 euros. The PCR market is growing rapidly. We're expecting that for the next 10 years will be almost double. And our key competitive advantage is the price compared to the existing market and the portability. The production takes place in-house for the research and development till the assembly of the component of the electronics and the enclosure. By ordering large amount of raw component, we can decrease the manufacturing price and increase the revenue. The target customers that we try to sell the device is schools, universities, veterinary clinics, and healthcare facilities. Usually these institutes, they have limited resources, so our device is ideal for them. Our team, I'm responsible to design the electronic and the mechanical part of the instrument. Haralabos is responsible to define the roadmap of the company and collaborate with the biologists. Till now, we manufacture 5 prototype boards that they are ready for validation in a lab. And we're expecting that the return of investment within the next 3 years will be doubled. So I would like to ask you, are you ready to join to the DNA revolution? Thanks. So I'd like also to show you. Do you see it?
Oh, that's perfect.
Wait, let's make your
the-
camera very big right now, then we can all see. Can we put him on full screen? Walk us through a little bit. I will give you 30 extra seconds to walk us a bit through the device.
How?
Oh no, we made you big here already. No worries. You just have to show us.
Sorry, the cable is not long enough.
But how does it work? Can you demo it a little bit?
Here you can. Do you see now the menu?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No, I can go, for example, to define the bio protocol now. Set the temperature, set the cycle, and after go to the next stage. Define all the temperature, duration, and cycles.
Wow.
And at the end, you can put here the sample.
Yeah.
Edit it. And after 45 minutes, we will complete the amplification. We'll take the sample. And now I'm designing the device that exports the result. It's called gel electrophoresis. So I will give the customer a complete solution.
Fantastic. I mean, you must be very proud of developing your prototype, your MVP. Excited to see where it's going to go and where the questions are coming from as well. Who are your first target customers, and what is the main problem you're solving for them?
Okay, the main customer will be universities, and the main problem is the cost. Okay, maybe in the Netherlands and in the north of Europe, the universities are rich. But if we go to South, Greece, Italy, Spain, the universities, they don't have so much money to invest in infrastructure. So Haralabos have a lot of connection in Athens, so I suppose that we can destroy the market.
Nice. And how does your product compare to existing portable PCR devices in terms of usability and price?
There are three main competitors, one in Switzerland, one in UK, and one in USA. So I make the device a little cheaper than them, and the accuracy is similar.
Okay. But they don't have your connections, and your device seems to be more affordable than for these other universities.
Yes, but also my device, for instance, you can use it also in the forest because you don't need the tablet or a smartphone to define the bio protocol. You can use the rotary encoder. It's completely dependent.
That's another very valuable information. What's your strategy to gain adoption across then educational, but also healthcare markets?
Strategy. In November, there is an exhibition which is called Medica in Düsseldorf. It's one of the biggest exhibitions in Europe. So we'll participate, and I will try to create a little noise in the market about the device. But also I have some connections here in Eindhoven and Utrecht University to test and evaluate the device.
Fantastic.
Amazing. So another question along the same lines. So is your product benchmarked or accredited against existing products?
I think it's a little different than the current devices that exist in the market because my device is independent. You don't use an external source to define the protocol. And also there is the ability to save the protocols and recall it after.
Nice. So we see that you have, of course, the schools, clinics, and field researchers. What's going to be your go-to-market strategy? So how do you plan to, first put it on the market?
How to put it in the market?
Yeah, so you're gonna go for your first customers, right? But what's your strategy? Is it through connections? Is it through other networks? Do you have mentors that are in the area that can help you get those first clients?
I don't have anything. I just have some bio friends that they help me to evaluate the device and give me feedback in the whole trip. So this is the reason why I want to get in the startup bootcamp to have someone with much more experience than me, make a lot of mistakes, failures, much more than me, and guide me in this trip.
I mean, this is why we get to work every day, where we get out of bed and we come to this office, is to make sure that people that are brilliant like you are and can create these technologies that are so amazing, that can do so much for humanity, and then we help you guys run a business around it and enable your creations to get to a new spot. So thank you for saying that. Sabina, do you want to ask the golden question?
Yes, of course, we already heard a little bit of the answer, but if you have to summarize, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
For two reasons. The first one is about networking. I hope I will meet some other genius people that they are very good at business, because maybe as an engineer I'm good, but as an entrepreneur I have a lot of things to learn. And the second one is I need a mentor who failed, who had an exit, and teach me the business path.
Amazing. Thank you very much for your answer, for your pitch. We wish you best of luck in the next steps. And of course, we see you on Friday at 5 p.m. Central European Time to find out, of course, which startups made it to the accelerator. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, we have only 2 more startups until the end of our morning session. So again, a reminder, if you still have some difficulties getting onto Matching Stars, drop your email in the question box and the team will sort it out. Otherwise, please make sure to ask questions during presentation so we have time to ask during Q&A part.
Absolutely. And if you want to invite your colleagues, your friends, other investors and mentors to this live stream, please do so. And if you want to make sure that they can also vote, don't forget to leave their email address as well on the box after you get their consent. Of course, we are very compliant. With GDPR over here. Now the next team,
In the meantime, we are moving to the team of RIM Systems. We are meeting Yevgeny. Let's welcome him on stage. Hi, Yevgeny. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Amazing. Very excited to have you here. Let's try to get your screen. You have to share the slides, I believe.
Yes. We're just missing your screen share with your presentation, which is coming up. Yeah, fantastic. We're going to put it up. Good.
You have 3 minutes starting now.
Yeah. Good afternoon. At RIM Systems, we build maritime solutions that flexible, cost-effective, and locally adaptable. Our mission is to make advanced maritime technology accessible to ports, ship owners, and coastal authorities, helping them to work faster, safer, and smarter. The problem which we solve that industry struggles with certain problems, which is outdated systems which slow down operations and increase costs. Foreign software dependence leads to security risks, high maintenance fees, and compatibility issues. Rigid and expensive solutions make it hard for ports and ship owners to adopt modern technology. These issues impact national security, efficiency, and international compliance. RIM Systems provide a comprehensive, scalable platform for maritime operations. Our system connects ports, ship owners, and regulators in one seamless ecosystem covering vessel traffic management, security, cargo tracking, payments, and compliance. So, what makes us different? Our platform is modular, scalable, meaning even small ports and ship owners can start with essential tools and grow after. It also works with existing infrastructure, so that it doesn't need a massive IT investment. So we worked hands-on in maritime industry for 20 plus years, solving complex operational challenges. Our core platform is based on experience we've got implementing dozens of large-scale projects and serving fleets. Our lean setup delivers solutions that faster with lower infrastructure demands than traditional players. We allow local IP registration, giving governments and control over critical infrastructure, and we build the systems for oil and gas, for instance, like Saudi Aramco, government agencies, and leading ports. As for traction, at the moment. We already secured the participation in projects in Saudi Arabia and the UAE and completed successful proof of concept of our software, port operation software and mobile application for ship owners. We also been invited to showcase our technology in China, providing the demand for advanced scalable maritime solutions is growing worldwide. Okay, so yeah, I skipped the video for demo because no time. For the business model, we rely on subscriptions for maritime stakeholders, projects implementation, transaction fees, data monetization for logistics and insurance, and monetization of our mobile and web ecosystem. For investment, we are seeking funding to accelerate development of our MVP for VTMS, Maritime Services Platform, and mobile application. And the funds will help us to expand our team, enhance technological capabilities, and enter new markets, particularly in Asia and beyond. As for the team, my name is Evgeny Marakasov. I'm the CEO and CTO of the project with 20 plus years experience in maritime IT, leading dozens of complex projects. Yulia Marakasova is a CMO, expert in business development and partnerships in the UAE. And Alexander Tomnikov is scaled high-tech operations manager in global market. So we know how to build, deploy, and scale solutions that works in real-time maritime environments. As for CDG's impact, the main, of course, is driving innovation in maritime logistics through AI and advanced technology and automation. And goal 14, enhancing maritime safety and environmental protection. So by reducing operational waste,
but you're above 1 minute 30 seconds over your pitch time, so we're going to need you to wrap up on your last slide.
Sorry.
No worries, that's what we're here for.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So that is particularly it. So the next is YStore Bootcamp is because the ideal accelerator for us that connects with the top industry mentors and global partners. And with your support, we refine our business model, scale to new markets, and make cutting-edge maritime tech more accessible for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I may start with the first question, Sabina, we see you're registered in the UAE. That is correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. So what key maritime authorities or ports are you already working with within the region?
My experience of working with almost every country in the Middle East, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. So all the private and government maritime organizations are in my contact list, and I constantly work with them.
Perfect. And in line with that, what would you say are key barriers for these stakeholders, for ports, to adopt your solution?
Okay, so the challenges are the market adoption, cybersecurity, and scaling, actually. So maritime operations are slow to adopt new technologies, and so we want to focus on pilot programs and provide top key customers in the region with better versions of our software for testing. And also we work in other models of business other than traditional players like software as service, transaction fees, and data monetization.
Fantastic. Every startup is out there to solve a problem. What part of your platform is driving the most immediate commercial traction? So where do you see in your platform that you're solving the biggest problem currently?
Well, we think that one of the biggest problems is that ship owners, like owners of yachts and ships, and small ships, which in the Middle East, they cannot afford expensive maritime navigation and communication equipment. So our application will help them to reduce the cost by using a mobile app and connect them to essential maritime services like for ships of the commercial fleet. So that will make maritime services for them more accessible. So this is on one hand. And the second route is that we will provide the country, like UAE, for instance, the ability to have its own national software instead of relying on the manufacturers, OEM manufacturers abroad. So we feel that that will be very attractive to the country.
Amazing. Great. Thank you very much. Very impressive pitch and answers. It's time for our final question. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Yeah, we want to so that our startup become more structured, and so to position ourselves to more investors in a more mature and the proper way. And we also rely on your access to the funds. So really hope to work successfully together.
Great. Thank you very much for your answer. We wish you best of luck in the next steps, of course, and see you on Friday. Thank you.
I am addicted to this little song that plays in between.
I love it.
I love it as well. I thought I was going to get it, like, 20 times a day listen to the same song. But no, it's really fun. Talking about fun, we're going back to the European Union to a startup from Poland.
Exactly. We are meeting Anatoly from Qspot. And I want to remind everyone, this is the last startup for the morning session. So let's make sure we ask all of our questions now before we go on a break. Hi, Anatoly. How are you?
Hey, everyone, guys. Hey. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you super well, and we are looking forward to hearing your pitch from Qspot. So if you can have these slides on the screen. Yep, you got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm presenting them already.
You got 3 minutes starting now. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Anatoly, CEO of Qspot. Qspot is developing parking management system with AI-driven software to help cut costs, increase revenue for parking lot businesses. Did you know that millions of dollars of revenue are lost every year due to non-paying drivers, expensive hardware, and expensive hardware maintenance? We've discovered that parking lot businesses spend up to $50,000 for one parking that the hardware system that cannot even detect illegal parked drivers. But there is more to it. Sometimes for drivers, it's really hard to find available space in the parking lots, which is consuming a lot of your time and creating air pollution. That's why we've created Qspot, an AI-driven software that's going to revolutionize parking management. Using AI-driven software connected to cameras, we can help you analyze your parking lot, give you information and detailed statistic about it, check and find illegal parked cars, and cut cost for extra hardware. Meanwhile, for the B2C clients, which is drivers, we have a website and application where you can find parking spots and check the real-time availability with information about them, saving you available time. Speaking of the product, our product is divided into two parts. We are a platform for parking lot management and website for drivers. We care about our customers, and that's why we're providing them with real-time parking availability for drivers and real-time monitoring and car number plate recognition system for businesses. Speaking of the market size, the global parking market is 87.2 billion, having around 1.15 billion parking spaces. And our target market, which is Poland and Kosovo, there's more than 50,000 parking lots. Unlike our competitors, which is Upco, VisioSense, and EasyPark, we only need camera on your parking, which can be any camera that you have, no other hardware needed. We offer a dual market approach for businesses and for drivers. with real-time data, with competitors providing horrible services that we hear from our customer development sessions. And our business model is a cost-effective subscription for the businesses, which is unique depending on the size and the number of parking spaces of the business. Also, we can be scalable for any type of parking. It doesn't matter for us. Talking about attraction, so far we have a lot of interest from Poznan's government, from governments in Kosovo, and local businesses such as shopping malls. And we did more than 100 calls where we've got more than 20 emails, and we're actively engaging and talking with these clients. About the investment, mainly we need money for customer acquisition, improving our models. And from Startup Bootcamp Accelerator, we're looking to get your partnerships, mentorships to get better in creating our startup, maybe with AI as well. So this is the main points. Speaking about roadmap, 4 months ago, we've created an idea. We've did a market research, customer development, and created an MVP. And now we're finalizing the work, working really hard actually, to start working with our first clients. In the future, we see ourselves as a go-to app for drivers where they can find any car services, and for businesses, a management system for car services, this type of businesses. Speaking of team, I'm 4 years of experience doing my other startups. Maxim and Eldan is working mainly on AI models, a lot of expertise in that. And Krzysztof working with front end, and he's an expert in Polish marketing, so he's working with marketing as well. Thank you for your time. We're ready to any questions. Here's our email if you want to invest in us or you have a parking lot to manage. We're ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a great CTA, and we already have quite a few questions. So I will start with the first one. Please. So how are you acquiring your first parking operator partners and proving value quickly?
Yeah, so speaking of, there's different type of customers. We have 4 agencies that we're working with. Actually, we started with a agency of private businesses, so the private smaller parkings. For them, cold calls working pretty well. We can speak with them, we can ask them the questions, and then they usually tend not to say that, okay, we need this product. But when we ask them questions and they tell us about their problems, we see that actually we can help them, and that's why we've got that many clients, like a 20% of clients were interested. Speaking of other agencies, we're working with governments that have parking lots. We're working with shopping malls and businesses that have a parking as a side business. For them, the most important part is scalability. That's why they don't have any solution yet. So they don't have hardware at all, and we can provide them with our solution, something like Lidl or shopping malls in Kosovo, in Priscilla. So this kind of clients, that's a agency that were interested in us. So we didn't come to them; they were interested in us more than we were in them. Same goes for a governments, and also in Poland. Yeah, well, just quick thing. In Poland, it's more common to competitors like Apcoa or EasyPark. They use something like Interparking that provide them with their own smaller solutions. In that case, we can work with those companies that provide solutions because they're interested in margins and interested to provide better solution for their customers.
That's amazing. I always say that it's when you get a pull from the market, that's much easier than a push, right? If people are interested in you and are really seeking for your solution, that's the right way to go. The next question, if I may take this one, is one of the main problems we face now is no or low internet network in the closed parking lots. Would your solution work in such areas with low connectivity?
I mean, the connectivity doesn't matter that much because our software is connected to camera. In fact, as I said, it can be any camera. It can be a bad quality camera. It can be CCTV. Anyway, it doesn't matter for us. That's what is differentiate us a lot from the competitor solutions. I think it will be working pretty well in any case, really.
Amazing. And the next question we have from our network, how do you plan to get drivers on board another app or integration with Android Automotive OS?
Yeah, so this is the system's way. Which one do you have in the cars where you can download those apps? Speaking of that, we're not looking yet at this because our main agency is businesses. So first we need to solve.
I believe we lost his connection for a second there. Sorry. Anatoly, do you hear us?
I hope.
Yes, you're back now.
I'm back.
We hear you now.
So speaking of... Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. Let's try one more time.
I don't know. Something happened. Yeah. So speaking of B2C customers, we are using PPC campaigns from Google Ads to attract them to us because we have a good points from we have a lot of experience in marketing, and we have a good points of attraction those customers to find the parking spaces, especially in Poznan. There is a lot of problem with finding parking spaces in center. This is the problem that people come to government with a lot of cases and a lot of situation, and that's why they tend to go for us, because other solutions don't provide that many parking spaces and information about the availability. So speaking of B2C customers, we're now mainly working on B2B, but we will be continuing to work with B2C. We'll see the demand in there as well.
Fantastic. Now it's time for our golden question. I want to ask you, why do you want to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator now? Why is now the moment?
So the main thing is that you have a lot of partnerships, you have a lot of businesses that you're connected with in the European Union, which is our main market now, and we can help them solve their problems as well. Also, some team members are pretty young, and for example, I'm 19, I had a startup already once, and other people in our team is pretty young, so they need some mentorship and some learning about the startups, because not all of us have that experience, but still we experience in our fields. So we experience in AI, we experience in front-end marketing, but not in generally working with a lot of startups, obviously, because so yeah, actually this points and funding would be great, because acquiring clients is pretty expensive due to you either acquire a big enterprise with a lot of parkings or side business as parking, or you need to reattract them. We need to create a trust. We need to create an actual image of our company, because we're pretty new to market. And if we're calling the customer, they don't know us. They won't trust us. They won't trust us, our solution. That's why we need funding for customer acquisition and creating the brand mainly.
Fantastic. I thank you very much for your very clear answers, your enthusiasm for being 19 and already wanting to go out and change the world and not settle down, but actually seek more alternatives and alternative ways for us to, well, have a planet out there. Thank you very much. We're going to see you on Friday for the selection announcement.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
So inspiring.
Absolutely. I love seeing all of these different stories and all of these different industries, and everything is, of course, under the impact, but yet again, very inspiring. And I think we're halfway through not only today, but the selection days.
Absolutely. We just reached the middle point, but we're going to go on a quick break to have in our time zone a little bit of lunch, but don't disconnect. Actually, we recommend that you keep the video open, because we're going to be back very soon at 1:30 p.m. Central European summertime. And we're going to be back for 10 more amazing presentations. Now, what you saw today is a sample of all these amazing startups that we see across the world. We selected the top 20. And today, after today, we're going to be able to select a top 10 that will represent the cohort of deep tech and robotics. Now, it is very important for us to say that, this is the promise that we make. You just heard a founder say, they need more help. We turn founders into CEOs. We turn ideas into profitable businesses. And this is the promise that Startup Bootcamp has been making for the past 15 years. And we will continue to do so as long as there are problems that need solving and people who want to make this world a better place. So thank you for joining us, and we're going to be back soon, right?
Exactly. And you can use your lunch break, of course, to also go on Matching Stars once again. Just see all of the startups. Make sure you cast your vote. You can invite your colleagues or friends that are interested in deep tech and robotics to join for the second half as well.
Absolutely. We're not alone in this mission. We cannot do this without you. So we count on your help and on your support to select and later on support these amazing ventures. We are Startup Bootcamp. We're going to be right back, and innovation will save the world. Welcome to Selection Days.
We're going to meet 60 visionary teams from all over the world.
Welcome to Selection Days.
We are going to meet 60 visionary teams from all over the world.
Hello and welcome back to Selection Days. Today's focus, deep tech and robotics. We had a beautiful morning full of startups. We had 10 startups in this first half. We're going to have a few startups here on the second half. Welcome back. If you have just joined us, because maybe the time zone is different, so now is when you have the time, it's a pleasure to meet you or to get back in touch with you. My name is Giovanni Vaccari. I have the honor, the privilege of being Startup Bootcamp's Managing Director in the Netherlands and also for Brazil. And I'm joined today by my beautiful, talented, very smart personal friend and colleague co-host, Sabina Basarayeva, Global Head of Growth and Relations.
And it's very, very nice to be here, of course, to be sharing the Selection Days, co-hosting with you, but also seeing all of our ecosystem members, mentors, investors joining us in this truly collaborative event. Again, if you've joined us yesterday and in the morning session, then you already see what our founders are capable for. If you're just tuning in, then don't worry, because you still have 10 amazing startups today, and there is still tomorrow where we will explore food and agri-tech. But for today, the topic is deep tech and robotics. Gio, maybe you can tell us more about it.
I think deep tech, both deep tech and robotics are very timely topics, right? We are now seeing Eurostag, right? And where Europe is seeking its independence and sovereignty in the fields of technology, building more and more deep tech within the continent itself. We're seeing that US is investing heavily in deep tech, heavily in robotics, autonomous robots, autonomous solutions. We're seeing more and more happening in this environment. And where we started Bootcamp, our promise is always to focus on real impact, applicable solutions that are impactful in a positive way for society, for the environment, for the planet, but are also seeking profit. We are also here to provide returns for our investors in this beautiful win-win model that we call here the Startup Bootcamp Accelerators. So it's a pleasure having you here with us today. And we are not just going to watch, right? We're going to interact.
Exactly. So you have an opinion, you have a chance to share your opinion, of course, with us and influence the selection process. So the voting you can do with matching stars. If you're not already on that platform, then make sure to drop your email in the chat box, right somewhere next to the player on the right side or below, and we will make sure that you're on that platform. However, in order to formulate your opinion and to cast the proper vote, you need to have full information about the startups. And for that, we have Q&A. Every startup will pitch for around 3 minutes. During that pitch, maybe already you have questions, just send them our way. And during 5 to 7 minutes Q&A part, we will make sure to ask it to the founders. After that, of course, you can go to Matching Stars and you can vote if you think that the startup at this point belongs in our acceleration program.
If you don't know Matching Stars yet, Matching Stars is their very own web app that was developed by Startup Bootcamp to make startup matching and rating fun and easy. By going to Matching Stars, you're able to give your opinion, to give your rating for the startups. We watched a little video about it in the morning already. So in case you have any questions, just leave it on the chat. If you use the chat box or the comment box, which is either on either sides of my video or below, if you're on mobile, you're able to drop us a comment with your email address and add if you're already on or not on Matching Stars. Without any further ado, let's walk to the first startup of the afternoon.
Exactly. I think it will take us a bit more than walking, though, because where are we going?
We are going all the way to Canada, to EcoStruct with the founder, Iman. Hello, Iman. Good morning for you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you very well. Nice jacket you got going on. We're going to have your slides pop up on the screen, and we wish you the best of luck. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Many thanks. First of all, I deeply appreciate for having me, and warm hello to audience. All right. Because I have 3 minutes, immediately go to the slides. Our venture, EcoStruct, was established 2023 in Canada. We are a member of Global Cement and Concrete Associations, actively working towards net zero concrete ambition by 2050. We have developed a hybrid AI platform that tend to optimize the concrete mix by cutting embodied carbon and unnecessary cement consumptions. Our mission is to, as I indicate, to reduce unnecessary cement consumptions and, through advanced meta-heuristic algorithms and, the smart platform that we have developed. All right. So the problems that motivate us to develop this platform, obviously, is well established that concrete is the second consumed material after water, and it's responsible to almost 8% of global CO2 emissions. And obviously, there are some industry gaps that consist, the vast majority of concrete producers still rely on, trial and error methods and outdated, spreadsheets. And also there is no solid platform, in the concrete industry that users can take advantage to proceed step by steps, mixed designs, and then, empowered by AI. And the third gap consists of, the assumptions that, the concrete, standards take into account. For example, they, make some assumptions that somehow is not correct. Let's say about, the water to cement ratio, that ignore the key parameters such as, the influence of the finance module of the aggregate. And also, another, challenge, another gap, that's although there are some companies offer, the sensor service to generate the real data, but obviously they are expensive and out of capacity for a small to medium concrete plants. What we have offered, this is a hybrid platform that guide users step by steps, following the international standards such as American Concrete Institute, British standard, or even Eurocode.
Gentle reminder that
using this
you're just gone over time, 30 seconds. So if you could please wrap up your presentation in the next 15, then we can move on to the Q&A for you. Thank you.
It's just a platform that the producers define input parameters, require strengths, slumps, pumpability, and the platform intelligently map these requirements. And then in the next phase, it's AI refinement. So based on the input parameters, the platform in the AI phase make a further refinement, accessing the historical data generated by quality control systems.
Thank you very much, Iman. We unfortunately have to move on to the section of Q&A to make sure that our mentors have enough time to ask you. But wow, concrete solutions, AI-powered platform. I mean, really next edge, deep tech technology over there. Our first question for you would be, how does your platform integrate with existing workflows at concrete batching plants or precast factories?
This is applicable for both ready-mix concretes. Currently the ready-mix concrete plants using the quality control systems that generates the data normally by a JSON format. So using these data, we can further analyze them, combine with, metaheuristic algorithms, and, considering, the proven guidelines, we can further optimize them. So once we talk about the optimize, it means minimizing unnecessary cement consumption, because as long as the cement decrease, it's positively influence the cost as embodied carbon. Yeah.
I can imagine you also face some regulatory challenges. So what are the biggest regulatory or adoption challenges you face in scaling across different markets?
Yeah, this is very good question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Throughout my presentation to different batching plants, the main barrier is limited knowledge of the operator about the data science, and also the limited availability of the data. You can imagine some concrete plants worldwide not using any kind of quality control system. So once we talk about the data, it's normally consists, let's say, over 100 samples. So yeah, limited data is one of the main challenges we face.
Fantastic. Do you want to ask the next question?
Yes. So another one we have, what feedback have you received from early adopters? And maybe you can tell us a bit more of traction overall.
Yeah. The early adopter, very keen, very enthusiastic about using the platform, because obviously it's provides the knowledge, provides the, let's say, once about precast concrete, provide us the insight about what's going on about the embodied carbon, what's going on, going on about the cost, and how they can manage, boost their business, because the AI can revolutionize any industry, but the fact is it needs training, how to can interpret the data, yeah.
Absolutely. I think it would be time for our signature question. And for those that have just joined us, the signature question is, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Yeah, actually, I have already answered these questions. Obviously to leverage the startup SBC outstanding network to gain mentorship. And, we already established in Canada, but obviously we tend to extend our business in Europe. And so far, we take the initial steps to relocate in Netherlands. Currently, we are under incubation of one facilitator globally, and hopefully within next or 2 months, we relocate in Netherlands.
Amazing. Thank you very much for your pitch, for the
Thank you.
answers. We wish you best of luck in the next steps. Thank you.
Many thanks. Take care. Bye-bye.
That means we're back on track. We are going to continue our selection days for DeepTech and robotics. If you want to participate by rating the startups, by giving us your opinion so we can use it to better choose these teams, don't forget to join us on Matching Stars. If you don't have access to Matching Stars, leave your email on the chat box next to us. And now, Sabina, we're going to my favorite country in the world, where I was born and where I was raised. We're not going to say good morning. We're going to say bom dia to Mentally, Vinicius da Luz. Bom dia, Vinicius.
Bom dia. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm very glad to be here.
I'm happy to hear. Are you going to bring the excitement?
Yeah, sure thing. I'm really happy, really glad to be here, really excited. And let's go.
Let's go. The slides for Mentally are going on screen. Thank you very much. You got 3 minutes starting now. Good luck.
So, hello, my name is Vinicius, and I'd like to talk about Mentally. That's a mental health platform that provides a shared journey experience between professionals and patients. So what's the problem in this field right now? Mental health patients, like people fighting against depression, anxiety, and correlated diseases, they struggle to remember what happened since the last appointment. This diminishes the amount of information the professionals receive. It makes the anamnesis process harder and the appointment less impactful for the patient. However, we think we can do something about it with Mentally. Mentally offers a shared and intuitive journaling experience, allowing users to register about their daily lives with text, emotions, and more. These entries are sent to the paired professionals so that they can better understand the patient's situation. The key takeaway is that the users will no longer forget about important events in their lives. However, we know there are a lot of journaling options in the market right now, and what can we do different from them? Well, Mentally puts the patient's opinions and feelings into the spotlight of the treatment process. Right now, Mentally is improving professionals' visibility on how the treatment is going, and our future plans including crossing Mentally's data with biometric data and the use of AI to help professionals assess all this information and reach diagnostics faster. So, where are we right now? Mentally is being used by a limited number of psychologists in Brazil who give us feedback to improve the platform. For the close future, our plans include to starting localized marketing campaigns very soon, and Mentally also have the international capability that's worth mentioning because it follows Brazil's data protection law, LGPD, very seriously. And LGPD has a great compatibility with European data protection law. Also, we designed our tool with flexibility in mind, and we can be useful to a lot of medical specialties going beyond psychology. So currently, professionals using Mentally are doing so free of charge in this testing phase. Their opinions and feedback help us guide the future of the platform. And in the future, we will follow the following business model. Always free for the patients. And professionals pay monthly per patient using the app and have an always free two-patient quota. We would like to say that we did not receive any investment in external investments yet. And I am alongside this great team, these great people. We're all from Brazil. I am the first one on the image. And we are from the Federal University of São Carlos. We're graduates in computer science. And we share a diverse experience in AI, mobile app development, and much more. The sustainable development goal that best aligns with our project in our mission is to reduce premature mortality from non-communicable diseases like depression, anxiety, etc. It's a very serious problem, and we think journaling, shared journaling can help on that. And we believe Startup Bootcamp could be pivotal for our project. We are very early stage at this moment, and our initial goal is to make Mentally the de facto tool among psychologists. And for that, it would be really helpful to count on an initial investment and primarily LCBC's guidance and mentorship and amazing network system. And that would be really meaningful to us. And that's it. That's Mentally, and that's our mission. Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Vinicius. Muito obrigado. Now we're going for the Q&A part of the show. First and foremost, we are working. I see that some mentors cannot find you on the day 2 portfolio. We're working on that in the meantime. Keep refreshing the page if the startup is not showing for you. Now, for you, Vinicius, first question. How have professionals responded to the shift from session-based to continuous care?
Well, that's a great question. For now, what we are seeing that it's helping to shape the conversation inside the appointment. Like the patients can bring much more relevant facts to the appointment, and the professional can take care of that beforehand. So the patient can feel the impact of the session, of the therapy session, immediately. It's not about something that happened last week. It happened a long time ago. It's about something that happened yesterday. And the professional already knows that when he gets there. Like briefly, in 5 minutes, the professional can already recap the user's week. And we are having like a very good feedback on this topic.
Fantastic. What role do your analytics and visualizations play in guiding clinical decisions?
Right now, our focus is primarily on the emotional content. Like the professionals are using Mentally to read the text and interpret. Mentally is like a co-pilot, a sidekick for the professional. Like it's a tool helping the professional to make the decisions in a way the professional has a much more control of this process. We are working on using AI and crossing data. Mentally already collects a lot of data from symptoms, emotions, etc. And we are working with the professionals to create dashboards and visualizations that help them on the decision process.
That's amazing. Another question here from the audience. Do you want to take that one?
Yes. So can you tell us, you touched upon that, but can you expand a bit on your go-to-market strategy?
Fair enough. We plan on keeping Mentally always free for patients. We want a great journaling experience akin to premium applications on this field, but always free for the patients. And the data is also always with the patient. We have a very strict security policy, and we take that very deeply. And for the market, for the business part, we plan on asking the professionals to pay only for the patients who are using the app. Like they pay a monthly membership for each seat they are using in the application.
Well, we are getting the same question multiple times over, so I'm going to try to consolidate it here. But of course, I understand that privacy is a cornerstone of your startup. But how do you guarantee that the security of health and personal data throughout regulations in every geography? So are you tackling one geography first so you can master that regulation? Are you doing it by design, scale versus regulatory?
Fair enough. We are doing it by design. Mainly, we don't want to access any data from the user. So it's all end-to-end encrypted. The data is just ephemerally stored by us and only so of the needed times to the professional to download it. So we keep the data for the least amount of time possible. And when we do, it's end-to-end encrypted. We do not have any access to it. So we really think this is an important point for Mentally. We take security very seriously, and we strive to go beyond what the regulation says on some of these aspects, even for a philosophical point of our projects. Like this is something that I use, this is something that my colleagues use, and we don't want privacy concerns when using a tool that's so personal. So we do that by design.
And that's a personal, it's an important question. That's not from the Memphis, it's from me. Why is this important to you? Why does this matter to you?
Well, I've saw firsthand what depression can do to people. I've seen in my family. Like this is very personal to me. Depression can be like really hard to treat, and it lacks the tools today to make this treatment easier and more effective. So that's like a personal milestone for me in this project.
Amazing. We love to hear stories like that, and that is definitely very inspiring that you're working on this. And with that, we only have one last question, which is our signature question. Why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Well, we are very early stage. We lack the experience we know we will get from Startup Bootcamp. The amazing network, the amazing people we strive to meet there are the key for the project to go beyond what it is right now. So I really think this contact with more experienced people would make a world of difference for Mentally and for our team.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Very impressive, inspiring pitch. And of course, we see you on Friday when we announce the startups that will make it to the program. Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication and great answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely an inspiring moment to see. We are all faced with problems and struggles every day. And I think it takes a lot of strength to see a problem, see a struggle, and want to do something about it, right?
Exactly.
Not just for yourself, but for others. So we definitely commend founders like Vinicius here today. The next startup, Krishna Yakir, right?
Yes, so we are meeting the team of Krishna Yakir based in the US. We are meeting Indranil. Let's welcome him on stage.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me here.
We're so excited to have you here, and we cannot wait to hear your pitch.
Likewise. And just before we start, I would like to emphasize that we are based in Amsterdam. Like we have a branch in Amsterdam, and the main startup organized and we launched it was from the US.
Okay.
Fantastic. So Dutch, I will call you guys a Dutch team from now on.
Exactly.
Yes, please. We want to make sure that Amsterdam's ideas of stocks and how it proceeded to create the new world can be recreated again through our ecosystem.
Fantastic.
I love it. You got 3 minutes on your pitch. Good luck.
So introducing you to DAS ecosystem, experience authenticity. DAS ecosystem is a digital twin earth for sustainable impact. So Maya Angelou, she had said, do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, do better. So with DAS ecosystem, you will know better. How? The problems. The world lacks an interconnected, measurable, and gamified system for conscious consumer impact. There is no unified ecosystem. No single ecosystem connects industries, brands, and consumers for transparent impact. There is a lack of consumer engagement with direct impact. People don't see the direct results of their choices. Fragmented technology. Blockchain, AI, and XR exist in silos, but they are missing the unified application for real world impact. Our solution. DAS ecosystem is an AI-driven, gamified digital twin platform, linking industries, brands, and consumers for transparent impact tracking and rewarding sustainability. Our mission, redefining how we experience, value, and impact the world through conscious consumption. Our core values and vision. Our main issue that we have faced and realized is that there is an authenticity problem, be it in real world products or data. And how can we solve it is through innovation, and through that innovation, we can also drive social responsibility. Putting that together, we have created DAS ecosystem. So that is the brand, which are premium products with digital product passports. The digital product passports give you an access to an XR world, which is Das Leela. The Das Leela is driven by a digital economy of crypto tokens and stablecoin, which are Das Silver and Prana coins. And finally, where do you get the products? You get it at Das Agora, where you can buy it either in physical or in digital currencies. Coming up next, how does it work? So when you buy the product, you get a digital product passport with crypto embedded in it. There are two functions of this digital product passport. First, it gives you access to the XR world. Second, the crypto embedded in it helps you to make an investment for your future. And while you are in the Das Leela XR reality, you can drive impact by actually making real world impact, like planting a tree or helping an animal, but directly through the XR, you can observe your impact that you're making. The size of the markets are huge. We are still in this new age where things are still developing. With the help of AI and e-commerce and retail, we can make huge profits and margin in it. So who are our target customers? You are the millennials and the Gen Z, who need transparency and traceability in their products, who wants to make a measured, sustainable, and economic impact, who aligns with core values of enhancing the impact that we drive in the world. And the shoppers are willing to pay more if there are retailers who can demonstrate provenance. And that's where we come in, to make sure that the impact is measurable. Now, what are our revenue streams? For B2Cs, we have premium digital products like food, healthcare supplements, tea, coffee, etc., which you can buy directly from our stores. It is already integrated with DPPs and the crypto is integrated into it. There are also B2B models, which for other companies and all, we can concentrate and bring them on together on board in our ecosystem. Also, there are NFT sales and DPPs and cryptocurrencies that are driving the sales. Now comes the whole team. We have a global team where we are based in Amsterdam.
I'm so sorry, just 1 second.
Yes.
You are 1 minute over time, so if you can wrap up in the next 15 seconds, that would be great.
Great. So our team consists of many people who are from all over the world, and we have come together because we have one goal. That is to drive sustainability and to stick to the sustainable development goals through one ecosystem and make it circular. So the funds we are looking for are at 1.2 million euros to scale the whole ecosystem. And the technology stack are as follows, where we make sure that the data is safe and the data is used and consumable for every kind of consumer. And that leads to a choice by which you can make a real world impact through our ecosystem. Why Startup Bootcamp? So that we can access global mentors and investors, industry-specific expertise, and a platform to refine and make our solution better. We need your support and to scale this globally. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for your pitch. We already have quite a few questions coming in. And just a reminder for everyone, the questions you can ask through the box right next to the player. And after that, after the pitch and Q&A part, you can move to matching stars and vote. So the first question that is quite popular these days. So can you explain your business so simple that even a child can understand it?
Right. So think of a solution like tea. Das ecosystem is a digital earth twin ecosystem where products like, let's say, tea have a story from start to end. And it gives the possibility to become change makers just because they have consumed that product. The ecosystem will solve the problems of authenticity, traceability, and add value by making the customer the main character in sustainable initiatives and know that rural communities and locations can be helped directly by consuming those products. Where the change is going, you get to see it through the XR. So finally, you can get to see an end-to-end product life cycle which drives to make our world a better place.
Amazing. That was a good description, I think. So now, another question. How do you make sure that the data behind each digital product passport is verified and trusted?
Correct. This is the best part of it. So, to give a little background, I'm an industrial automation engineer and I have made pharma and oil and gas plants. Data is everything. And we realized that why not use the same data to connect it to our food, the things that we consume every day, the clothes that we wear, and the digital products that we're making. And that's where we come in. There is a lean manufacturing process that we follow for data, which is CGMP'd. So based on that, because it's an industry standard for, let's say, pharmaceuticals, we ensure that none of the products that are put in the market have wrong data associated with it.
Amazing. I think one last question before the signature one. So can you explain a bit more how you measure impact from shoppers?
Right. So when it comes to impact, we make the shopper the driver of the impact. So let's say you buy a product like, let's say, a tea. So when you buy the product, you scan the product. When you scan the product, what happens is the digital product passport opens up and it gives you a choice to enter the XR world and make an impact. Impact like what? Let's say you want to plant a tree. There are so many platforms which plants a tree, but you never get to see where the tree is planted. Okay, we solve that problem. In our digital ecosystem, you can get to select where you want to plant a tree. So that if you imagine you selected a place and you keep on planting the tree over and over again in the same place, over a few years, you will see a satellite image where the change has been manufactured just because you made a choice. That's where we come in, and that's what we want to solve. And it's not just about tree, it's about animals, it's about plants, it's about everything and anything. And we can drive the change together, one product at a time.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. Well, then it's time for our golden question. I want to know, why is now the right moment for you to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Right. So we have been selected for multiple partnerships. One of them is like for the tokenomics, we want to make sure that when we launch a token, everything is audited and there is no false play in it. So that's why we went to Switzerland and we have a partner there. When it comes to products, we have selected the products from India, Japan, and Southeast Asia. And not just that, the anime industry of Japan has supported us to make the XR world, and they are trying to help us create this environment. When it comes to reliability and product sourcing, we are taking care through GMP. We need your help to make sure that we are doing it correct. You have the experience and we have the team. So if we collaborate and do it together, I'm sure we can make a better impact. And that's what we are aiming for, to reach more people.
We love impact. We love reaching people. Thank you very much for your great answers, for your presentation. And we're going to stay in touch again on Friday when it's time for the announcement.
Thank you.
Very
Namaste.
much.
Thank you.
You heard of Technologic. How about the Brick Logic? Coming all the way from Germany, Fawaz is bringing us the company called the Brick Logic.
Hello, nice to meet you, Jorge.
Perfect. How are you doing, Jorge?
I am fine, and you?
Doing good. Are you ready to bring us all about the Brick Logic?
Yes, for sure.
Fantastic. Then the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Jorge, CIO of the Brick Logic. We are transforming plastic waste into sustainable construction materials, helping to solve two global problems at once. What if the building of tomorrow could help solve the problem of today? At the Brick Logic, we are reshaping the future of construction. Every year, we generate 300 million tons of plastic waste, while construction is one of the largest contributions to landfill pollution. This isn't just a crisis, it's an opportunity. What if the problem itself could be part of the solution? Introducing the brick logic, a high-quality, sustainable brick made from recycled plastic, it is durable, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly, designed to meet construction standards without compromise. Value proposition. Why choose the brick logic? Lower cost, our modular design, reduce transport and labor expenses, carbon care revenue, superior insulation, circular economy. Market opportunity. The global market is valued at 45 billion, growing at 10.5%. We are targeting 225 million market with a 7 million revenue opportunity in 3-5 years. With increasing demand for green construction, the brick logic is positioned to lead. We have two revenue streams, selling our bricks and carbon credit sales. The brick logic isn't just sustainable, it is a market advantage. Green certification aligned with LEED and global standards, circular economy leadership, turning plastic waste into valuable resources, sustainability driving demand, meeting strict regulation and customer preference. Our world aligns with 6 Sustainable Development Goals, but let's focus only on 2. 11. Sustainable cities and communities. Our eco-bricks enable greener infrastructure, providing affordable, durable, and energy-efficient materials for rural development. Climate action. By reducing the carbon footprints of traditional materials, we support climate resilient construction and contribute to carbon offset initiatives. We are seeking 62,000 to cover products and sustainability testing, patent registration. This ensures the brick logic is market ready, protect, and impactful. Well, this is our team. I am the CIO, Nelson Cook, main Quentin Mateo, Arthur de Mulder. Also, our advisor brings expertise in architecture, entrepreneurship, and sustainability, Javier Peña Pérez, Enrique Mir, Nicola Toshi, and Luca Stefanovic. We are applying for Startup Bootcamp for Invest to scale production and R&D, network access, connecting with top-tier investors and industry leaders, expert mentorship to refine our strategy and accelerate growth. With the brick logic, plastic waste doesn't have to be a problem. It can be part of the solution. Let's build a sustainable world together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now let's start with the questions. What certifications or tests back the strength and durability of your materials?
We need to pass all the European regulation that we have to go to the market. First, now we are working with a university, UPC University, to pass all the tests to this university, and then we can go to the market. So we need money to do this test.
Fantastic. Second one, how do you plan to scale manufacturing and distribution to meet construction industry needs?
We need to get some islands with a construction industry to make our bricks first. And then the team need to do the sales for the bricks.
What is your go-to-market, direct B2B or licensing of the technology?
License of the technology. Also B2B, maybe we can make some alliance with construction companies to sell our bricks, no?
Fantastic. What types of projects or regions are best suited for your first commercial rollouts?
What do you mean? What type of?
Projects or regions would be the best for your first?
First, we need to get focused in Spain first, and then we can choose Latin America or some places in Africa that is emerging places that use this type of bricks, no? Also that we can mix plastic and sand, and that is cool for these places.
Indeed. I see that you are registered in Germany. Is that correct? But you also operate in Spain? Where is your company
No,
located?
no, no. My company is located in Spain.
Ah, Spain.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. No, it's good to see because we have sometimes some data from startups, but different places to relocate.
No, it's okay.
Do you already have a monthly recurring revenue?
Not yet. We have not monthly.
What is your current biggest challenge?
Now the biggest challenge is find the right construction company that can make our rigs, because it's have some different technology than the traditional rigs. So we need to find the exactly company that do this. Also,
Fantastic.
the challenge for us is complicated, no?
I can imagine, but real partnerships are hard to build, but for sure you guys are going to get there. Now to the golden question. Why is now the right moment for you to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Because first, we want to get investor to scale our production. The network I saw is really good. Top tier investor and industry leaders and expert mentorship to refine our strategy and accelerate to grow.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And we will see you again on Friday for the selection announcement. Okay. See you then. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Now, today we have a special startup because they were supposed to pitch yesterday, but there were some, things we couldn't foresee, logistical issues, things they couldn't foresee. It was not their fault, but here they are, alive and well. It's Cyclo from UK with Rupert Lowe. So this startup is part of the AI program, but it's pitching today, since they didn't have the time to pitch yesterday. But I think they also fit in the DeepTech category. So we're going to see. Maybe they make it into this program. Hello, Rupert. How are you doing? Nice and purple.
Yes, I'm good, thanks. How are you guys in the studio?
Great. Very excited to see you. Very happy that you could make it today. And let's make sure that your slides are on the screen. Perfect. And you have 3 minutes starting now. Good luck.
Amazing. Thank you. Hi. 100 children experience cyberbullying every second. That could be your child. The problem is only becoming more sizable. 86% of 8 to 11-year-olds now have regular internet access. Just 5 years ago, that would have been unthinkable. Parents are starting to act, schools are starting to act, and politicians are starting to act. But social media platforms are falling behind. They are failing to act, they are failing to innovate, and that is where Cyclo comes into play. Cyclo is the world's first verified hub for schools. We help young people to transition online in a safe way, allowing social inclusion and educational prevalence. Cyclo offers user accountability. You know exactly who you're talking to. Our content is age appropriate with interface evolution with aging and content filtering. We also have industry-leading safeguarding controls. To date, we've built numerous intelligent agents, including our own facial recognition technology, which utilizes over 10 million data points. We are the future. Set homework, share school reports, engage with friends and family, visit the internet in a safe way. The market is huge, with a potential of over 28 billion euros in annual recurring revenue. Initially, we're going to be targeting the UK market, consisting of 9.1 million children across 25,000 schools. We're targeting an uncaptured market due to GDPR requiring verifiable parental consent to handle minor data. So mainstream social media platforms just aren't able to compete. To date, we've won numerous national awards, have been featured by the likes of the BBC and numerous other broadcasters. The hype has been monumental. We're working with beta schools across the UK and the UK's largest tutoring provider, who represents over 20,000 schools. We have an amazing team from the likes of Police Scotland and Meta. I'm a technical founder myself, having spent the past 5 years in the startup world in both the education and telecom sectors. We operate on a subscription freemium model where schools and clubs pay on a B2B basis to use the platform, and children and parents can then choose to upgrade to access enhanced insights as well as customizability. We have over 1,000 pre-registered users through word of mouth alone. Our single sign-on feature provides brand exposure, whereas in-school talks provide brand accreditation and very warm leads. Over the next 2 years, we anticipate hitting over 4 million euros in annual recurring revenue, with over 1 million students using our platform by the end of the year, on an EBITDA of over 1,048,000 euros. Startup Bootcamp will allow us to internationalize through the invaluable network of both mentors and investors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we actually were just discussing here what a great timing you have, since there are some new regulations that aim to forbid kids and teenagers from accessing social networks until they're 16. This could be a valuable alternative for them. How do you plan on tackling, especially now with the adolescent series on Netflix gaining so much traction? I think the topic is out there, right?
Exactly. The timing is amazing. We've been working on this now for 4 years. So this couldn't be timed better for us. So yeah, we're looking at what's happening in the international market, looking at Australia and so on, who have recently introduced new legislation. And we're actually contacting politicians within the UK, trying to urge them to ensure that they don't just outright ban social media platforms because of the educational offering that they provide. So we're trying to find this very fine balance. And I think our product is able to offer that, both on the educational perspective, but also from a safeguarding angle as well.
100%. I mean, it's a natural part of life to be social. Social networks can't just simply go away, but we must provide them safer, better options, preferably with a new ethos, right, in its development.
Exactly. I think it's really, really important. We've been speaking to child psychologists that essentially reiterated what you've just said. You can't restrict a child from talking to their friends, talking to their family. They need that social inclusion.
100%. So talking about ethos and ethics of developing, how do you plan to develop this in a way that will be safe for kids? Is it AI that's going to take care of this? And if so, who is training that AI?
Well, the good news is most of it's already built. So we've been working with child psychologists, we've been working with user groups, both children and teachers across the nation to gain valuable feedback. And actually, we've recently been awarded an award for our ingenuity and our impact within the UK.
That's brilliant. Now, talking about, well, I can't keep complimenting the startup so much. I look so biased, but I mean, you guys are very smart. Then we go next. How do you make it? We have a Gen Z here in the room asking us the question, what would make this exciting for a child to use, actually?
Definitely. There's so much to the product, from avatars that you can customize. And we're trying to also increase the number of mediums that you can communicate through as well. So video calls, we've got content pages, which are like editable whiteboards almost. There's so much to do on the platform, including profile leveling. You can interact with your friends and stuff. So we're really providing an alternative that's not just better for children, but it's also funner.
Before you go to yours, I have one final question here. How do you protect potential sexual predators from entering the social network? Do you require some kind of government ID upon signing?
Exactly. So we use facial recognition, AI technology, to verify that a user is themselves against government-issued identification. And for children that don't have a passport or an ID, we then have verified teachers that are able to onboard their students as well, because a lot of students don't have ID.
That's very clever. Sabina.
Exactly. We have a few more questions. So can you tell us a bit more on your strategy for scaling across schools and parent communities? You can also connect it to existing traction.
Definitely. So one of the very kind of staple parts of our marketing strategy is what we call edu-talks. So we go into schools, we give them educational talks, which has a great impact. And it also gets us into the school as well. And we found that's got a really, really success ratio. And then we've also got our SSO feature, which plants our brand all over the web so that brands can access verified user bases. And we've also got profile leveling, which encourages referrals too.
Fantastic. Another question is a bit more on monetization strategy. Can you tell us of your long-term monetization strategy?
Definitely. So I have a background in artificial intelligence. That's what I've always specialized in. So optimization has always been at the very heart of what we do. We're talking about millions and millions of potential users. So every single business decision we've made, every single technological decision we've made has all been about scaling. And I think that's also something that the Startup Bootcamp will be able to assist us with in their amazing network of mentors.
That is amazing. And now, unfortunately, we're running out of time. So you have about 40 seconds to tell us, why do you want to join the accelerator, and why are you the right team to go through this process?
Well, because you guys are the best in Europe, and we are the best platform for this problem. And so I think we're a great pair. You have amazing mentors, an amazing network, and we'd really like to utilize that.
Thank you very much. We wish you the best of luck in the next round of questions, which will be with the selection room. We will see you again on Friday for the announcement. And thank you for doing such a great job and helping keep the kids safe out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck. Well, we only have a few startups, of course, until the end of the DeepTech and Robotics Selection Day. So now really is the time to ask questions and to have a chance to participate in the selection firsthand. Because again, a reminder, you can vote on Matching Stars, but you can also ask any questions in the chat box right next to the player.
Yeah, and now we're going to take a different route, if you get what I mean, because it's time for Route 10 from the UK.
Exactly. I love these.
Sorry, I'm trying my best. Hello, Felix. How are you doing? We don't hear you right now. Maybe it's a Bluetooth thing. No worries about it. Don't fret. So Route 10 is joining us directly from the UK. Its founder, Felix Cameron. They are an AI-powered SaaS platform helping fleet operators transition to electric vehicles with confidence, from cost modeling and charger planning to real-time operational optimization. Route 10 is also available on Matching Stars for your perusal and review, and they also have a video there explaining more. In the meantime, we're checking. We don't hear you yet, Felix. Not yet. We're doing what we can. No worries. We got time. In the meantime, if you're keen to know more startups from tomorrow, they're going to be available on Matching Stars as well, but we're going to join at 10 in the morning sharp. We always have a little preview on LinkedIn, but the startupbootcamp.org stream is the official one starting at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time. We're going to meet startups redefining what it means to be in the sector of food and agriculture. We have to feed the world. We have to find better agricultural practices. We have to find more sustainable agricultural practices. And they're here to help us to find just that. So you can already pre-sign for this. I believe Felix needs to reconnect his microphone. My team is checking if the next startup could be ready. Voce AI. That would be with Pratik Kapoor. Let's see if Voce AI is ready.
Oh, perfect.
Hello, Pratik. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome.
So you're coming in a little bit earlier than planned, but I hope you're ready. Your slides are ready on the screen, and therefore you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so we are Voce AI, your next generation AI recruiter. We are here to redefine the entire talent acquisition space, right from job creations to candidate interviews, every bit of it. Now, do you know that today, if I have to hire one person in my company, how many people do I interview? That's 10x. For 1,000 odd people, I need to interview at least 10,000 people. That leads to all kinds of problems with respect to poor interview experience, missing top talent. Our solution, which is the AI recruiter, can help with the candidate experience and provide a seamless experience through our audio AI agent and a video AI agent. These are very humanized AI agents that can not only take the interview real time, but can also provide all the scoring in the backend to the recruiter dashboard with different kinds of scores that will be important for any recruiter, any company. I will switch screens and give you a quick glimpse of how this works. This is a live product which is being used by a few companies.
Well, to be honest, I'm not feeling very well right now. Can we maybe move this interview to some later time?
I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling well, Monica. We can certainly reschedule the interview for another time.
But could you explain what you know about?
Now, if you saw that, the AI recruiter was not only empathetic, it can adapt dynamically to any interview scenario that happens in real time with humans. And now what you're seeing on your screens, it's the latest product that we have launched, where the recruiters can themselves be the AI agent. You just need to upload a 30-second video to a platform, and the AI agent can be created in your face, in your voice, and everything can be hyper-personalized. Once all these interviews are over, as I said, all the scores are on the recruiter dashboard. Not only the scores, but also the justifications behind it. This helps us capture and tap into a total addressable market of $75 billion. But for the near future, the target market that Voce AI is targeting is into white-collar workforce in technology and BFSI hiring. We aim to capture the 10 to 12% of the technology market in next 5 years, completely revamping how interviews are done today. A quick look at what we already have. We have already launched the AI Recruiter, a paying customer on board that feels human. The AI Recruiter, it looks like a human, talks like a human, hires like a pro. This can do live conversational interviews. This can do evaluation and scoring. There are regional agents for different regions. But in the pipeline, we want to go through the entire talent acquisition cycle. And that's how this entire offering will help us scale from 0 to 1 and beyond in next 2 to 3 years. So if you see here, with major releases in Q2 of 26 and Q2 of 27, we are planning to be a $3.7 million per quarter revenue company by quarter 3 of 2027. That's
it. Oh, we weren't super sure you had wrapped up, but thank you very much for your presentation. So to understand correctly, it's Voce AI?
Yes, that's Voce AI.
Fantastic. So how does your AI replicate real interviewer behavior while ensuring fairness and consistency?
So these AI, the AI recruiter that we have, these are based on a top custom LLMs that we have seen across the globe, right? And with our head of AI, Dr. Monica, who is based out of Poland, right, we have been able to create proprietary algorithms on top of it to mimic the human behavior as close as possible. So it's not just question and answer. In fact, it can take any dynamic situation that can come up in the interview, like you saw one, where the candidate was not feeling well initially. The AI recruiter was able to show empathy and also maybe reschedule the interview. So the idea is, can we bring the human experience as close as possible into our AI recruiter that can help the companies reduce the time to hire by more than 70%, bring cost efficiencies by 40% plus, and scalability with respect to screening the applicants 5x.
Amazing. The next question is a little bit around the same topic, but how do you address concerns about transparency and candidate trust when using AI for screening?
Great question. So once we came into the market, we did a few pilots. We got a lot of feedback, right? To ensure the transparency, we are not saying that the candidate will not know it's an AI. They should know. So we tell them upfront that this is an AI evaluation that's going to happen, and we provide them a complete walkthrough of what to expect in the interview. That eases the candidate into the interview. And like any human interaction, it begins with a small talk with the candidate and gets into a very conversational kind of question and answer session to ensure that it's not just being evaluated on how am I framing my answers, but it also gets evaluated on the functional knowledge, on the hypothetical scenarios that I've worked maybe in the past, and how do I handle them on my feet.
Amazing. What industries or roles are currently getting the most value from your solution?
We launched this product a couple of months back, and as I was mentioning in one of the slides, our current target market is into the BFSI and technology hiring, because that's where you see a bulk of hiring happening. In fact, today morning, I was talking to one of the chief talent officer. They are a global BPO and BPM company, which is servicing the IT services across the globe. And they are hiring 25,000 to 30,000 people globally every year. That translates into 250,000 interviews for just one company.
Wow.
So a lot of traction in the BFSI hiring, in the BPO hiring, in the technology hiring, wherever we have hiring at scale. But our next GTM will also be, MBA colleges, tie up with job portals like LinkedIn, like Lever, so that we can not only tap into these specific industries, but can become a backbone of the entire talent acquisition process by integrating with these job boards.
Understandable. Now, when we're talking about AI detection, of course, the European Union does not allow necessarily for emotion tracking. So how do you use or not use AI and emotion and facial tracking to then provide the answers for your interviewees?
That's a great question. And at this stage, I will answer that question in two parts. Part number one, we are not evaluating on facial expressions, and that's what I meant. It's not only my responses. It's how I frame the responses, not on the facial expressions, right? So we are only evaluating on whatever input, whatever responses, the auditory inputs the candidate provides, right? The verification in the video of the candidate is only to make sure that there's only one person in the video, and through the speech recognition algorithms that we have built in to the platform, we are able to identify that the candidate is not lip syncing but is actually speaking.
Wow.
The second part of the GDPR is that we allow the candidates via an email at any time to delete their data from our servers at one request.
Amazing. Now we only have time for one final question, Sabina.
Of course. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
I will be very honest, right? We are a little above the MVP stage, but we still need a clear direction with respect to the scalability. And if you noticed on the revenue slide, next 4 quarters are going to be extremely crucial for us as we keep on innovating and building the team. So we need directions from the Startup Bootcamp network on 2 things. One, how do we scale? How do we refine our GTM? Second, to scale, we will be requiring to raise a seed round of approximately $500,000 that will help us, give us the runway for next 4 quarters, and we keep on bringing innovation to the talent acquisition space.
Fantastic. We thank you very much for your very clear presentation, and we can't wait to meet you again on Friday for the announcement of the selected teams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good luck.
Now, the next team we're about to meet is incorporated, at least in the US. We're meeting the team of Gab VR. Malcolm Emmanuel, let's welcome him on stage.
Hey guys, how's it going? Can everyone hear me clearly?
We can hear you really well.
Perfect.
Okay.
Let's make sure your slides are on the screen. And amazing. We're looking forward to your pitch. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Quand j'étais un petit garçon, je voulais prendre la langue mais je n'ai pas de temps ou d'argent. Would you wish for each and one? Would I put your money with Malcolm? Now, I know you guys have no idea what I just said, and that makes sense. Because 75% of the world population wants to learn a new language. But current tools are failing us. The #1 language app on the market today has over 500 million users, and 1% achieve any level of fluency in their target language. When I was 21 years old, I was excited and nervous to try the language I had been learning on my own for the past 18 months, French. And when I ran into a group of native speakers, I knew this was my moment to impress them. Halfway through my monologue, they all burst out laughing, and I didn't tell a single joke. One of them even said to me, "Mon Dieu, je te l'éponge." Translation, if you know French, you should quit. Awful experience to me, and I had to fight incredibly hard to overcome the powerful urge to give up. I didn't, and now I'm fluent. But unfortunately, the same can't be said for the English language learners in the United States trying to exceed their ancestors' wildest dreams and abroad. There are 5.6 million of these just in the United States trying to achieve this feat, and 60% never will. This means less opportunities, less impact, and a lower quality of life. That's not going to work for me and my team. My name is Malcolm Lee. I'm the CEO of Gab Global, the language learning metaverse. We're helping students practice this foreign language using our virtual reality language learning platform. Our students interact in a dynamic environment designed to accelerate their language learning capabilities, and they work across our platforms to make accessibility a non-issue. If you click on the right screen, this is our Pocket Parent Tutor. A native speaker students can access anytime to help with pronunciation and cultural nuances. We also use natural language processing to correctly analyze speech and give students actionable feedback in real time. Within 5% of the correct pronunciation, your screen will turn red. Anything outside that turns green just to ensure that you're hitting the mark perfectly every time you speak. Now, there are 35 companies out there teaching basic syntax and pronunciation tools. Some of them have similar vocabulary training tools, but none are designed to be fully immersive, and none of them do any learning of their own. We use data from how students interact within the Gab global platform and dynamically adjust lessons, giving each student exactly what they need individually and in real time. So we're spending $52 billion a year in this space. We expect this to blossom to $337 billion by 2032. Our pricing is simple. We charge $75 per student per month. This comes with full access to teachers, support, and VR headsets so educators can integrate Gab labs in their individual classrooms. So we found product market fit on a small scale with 53 independent schools using our products. We've got $25,000 in monthly recurring revenue and 703 schools on our waiting list. But here's the rub. If you guys back us, we're able to get into 10% of this waiting list that'll create $10 million in annual recurring revenue by the end of this year. So that we're laser focused on the English language learnings in the United States. The average anyone from anywhere who wants to learn any language for any reason, and we're coming for everybody, including Duolingo. But who's we? None other than a team of neuroscientists, technologists, and lifelong language learners who have been this burning question about how to learn the best, how to speed up learning since we've existed. And we're coming here to build the most compelling and impactful language tool in the history of mankind. Here's how we plan to win in 2032. With individual classrooms already using our products, we're going to build the most complete linguistic, neurological, and behavioral data sets that will create a powerful LLM that companies will have to build our networks on top of our API, which is why we're raising $2 million. This helps us build out the full suite of VR experiences that are polished for the rest of the world to use, so you can help us to bring the gift of Gab to the world. So we've got some great support from my school at UCLA. Black Girl Ventures just got a $120,000 check from NextCube, and Mall 5G Accelerator. And we're hoping to continually build on the 780 we've raised to continue to build the 2 million so that we can build out more of the VR experiences. So I started with a statement in French and a little Mandarin. Here's what I said. I hope you guys help us bring the gift of Gab to the world. And thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time, for your very energetic presentation. We love to see founders that are passionate, dedicated, and congratulations on learning French. Now, listen, I am a year on Duolingo, and my French is nowhere near yours, but that brings us to the next question. How can you compete with Duolingo, which is currently free to use?
Well, we have a better product. We've taken the time to learn the neural basis of learning and memory, and have taken 2 years just to learn machine learning models. They don't have language learners working for their team, and building out a VR product would take them a lot more time and energy than they want to do. Also, I had a CTO candidate last year who didn't end up working at my company, but he showed all of my work to Duolingo after he signed an NDA. And they told him they weren't interested in doing anything virtual reality. It's all about AI for them. They don't realize that VR is a Trojan horse here. They don't even see it yet. They don't see the future and know they can't build the future. I spent the last 7 years building Gab VR, navigating the challenges of raising capital, proving VR's impact in education, and scaling a product that now has 700 schools on the waiting list. If they want to improve that product that they currently have that they're selling to schools, I'm very confident my team can outsell Duolingo, and they're not even looking at them as a competitor at this point.
That is very impressive. Talking about schools, is your then go-to-market more to focus on distributors, schools as distributors of your technology, or are you looking at a B2C, more direct approach?
Oh, Cinco de Mayo, we're launching B2C, please believe me. But that's not how I could start. Just me having relationships with schools, I had to start with people who know me, trust me, know that I believe in education. I'm going to fight to the end to get done. And from there, we were able to work with Beth Tigan, who is in Chesterfield County Public Schools, and we're able to spread our reputation from there. That was able to give me the revenue to be able to build out a B2C product that's unique and personalized for users. And now that we've got AI agents on the market, it's saving me from doing a whole lot more work. So over the past 7 years, I've learned a lot, and building with the schools was the way I got started. That makes sense.
That makes complete sense, and I think it's very smart. I mean, in Europe, traditionally, startups go B2B first, and then when they reach some kind of critical mass or some kind of their additional growth, then they can go to B2C. So for us here, it makes complete sense. What distinguishes you then from other ones besides Duolingo? Is it still the VR? Are there other VR competitors? And then after I have another question about VR, but you go first.
Absolutely. So Immerse is our largest competitor in the VR space, and they've got around 200,000 users. We're just a little bit slower out of the gate because we haven't raised the money, but they haven't climbed up the greasy little rungs like I have and done the time in the right relationship. So I'm not worried about them as a competitor. I'm thinking that traditional language learning is failing. Most students, 1% are actually achieving a learning outcome, and outdated methods leave learners very anxious, disengaged, and unable to use the skills in real-world conversations. And I'm thinking that with my AI integrations, with the neuroplasticity piece that we're bringing, we're telling people when their brain is most plastic to learn a language and most primed to learn a language and giving them what they need just when they need it. We have the tools to transform fluency building from a passive process into an immersive, personalized experience. That's why we've got to do this now, guys.
Amazing. By the way, because your phone is on vertical, if you move it to horizontal, we can see you in a bit because the streaming service is cropping a little bit your video.
You guys didn't see me?
Oh yeah, now we see you a lot better because we were seeing you a little bit cropped, and now we get to see your whole face a little bit better. Now, Sabina, do you have a question?
Yes, we have quite a few more. So you have very impressive traction. Can you tell us a bit more of it? Which markets? What are the first feedback?
Absolutely. So the first feedback has really been, we need more product and we need it more personalized, right? Because we've got students, especially in the ESL market, that are in very different stages when it comes to their language learning capabilities. And some of them are just getting here and they're depending upon, thriving upon the information they're getting from people that are a little bit older and a little bit more refined in the classroom. So if we could just personalize things for those students, I think that we'd have a product that people would talk about.
And now talking about VR, once we see that there is a little bit of a barrier for VR adoption. Of course, there are low budget options, but you still have some kids or schools that can't work with it. Does your solution also work outside of VR, perhaps on a computer screen or even a projector?
Absolutely. 40% of our educators are using virtual reality, and those are the ones that are just very innovative people, right? We've still got 60% of our users that are just using our computer product that just works on a Chromebook. So people are just dying for a language learning solution and a learning outcome. We've been able to deliver that on a lesser scale with the product that they're currently using 60% of. But VR is where the outcomes are happening. The brains are changing. And that's why I'm going to double down on that and get the papers published to prove that to everyone. But yes, we do have options for people who are not ready to invest in virtual reality yet.
We only have time for one final question, Sabina.
Exactly. And the question is, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? Why is now the right time?
Because I've had a great experience with everyone I've worked with. Everyone there has asked me incredible questions that have made me think about my business on a deeper level. And they've all made me do the deep work. And I know that if I was a part of this accelerator, I'd work even harder. And just from that alone, in the 6 months we'd be doing the product line and working with you all, just by being with the CTO, you guys are very thoughtful in terms of your approach to startups. So I want to help and build the greatest future in some place that's not just America, right? Like Europe has an incredible opportunity for building language learning startups. Busu's from there, and they just got bought by check for 426 million. I'm thinking that we can do the same thing here if you guys invest.
And I have to say, our schools have really good infrastructure, super innovative, especially in the Netherlands. I mean, those kids are learning robotics and programming for what, 8-10 years now already. So definitely it's a really good market to try something innovative around learning and talk about languages. I mean, how many are in Europe? Now, we don't have more time, but we'd love to keep this conversation going. Unfortunately, we have to move forward and move you forward to the selection room. We wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all so much for your time, Sabina, especially. Yeah, I'll take it easy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we only have, I think, 2 or 3 startups left. So again, the last chance to participate in the DeepTech and Robotics selection for the spring programs. And we are going to try Route 10 from UK again. Let's try to have Felix on the screen. Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
We can absolutely hear you. You took a different route.
Exactly, got lost somewhere along the way.
We're going to keep on coming. So this Route 10, your slides are on screen.
Brilliant, thank you so much. A year ago, my co-founder and I were working with Domino's Pizza, using AI to make their deliveries more efficient. But we realized that the AI we were building could be developed to support commercial fleet operators to help them move to electric vehicles. And that's a really meaningful global issue because commercial fleets are responsible for 10% of CO2 emissions. Governments have set ambitious targets for the transition to EVs, but companies often cannot meet them. We've seen that companies who operate large fleets of vans and trucks, like deliveries and utilities, are struggling to answer fundamental questions. What will be the impact on my business and how much will it cost? How do I support drivers who take their vehicles home but live in a flat? And can I still deliver the same level of service to my customers? We're developing technology to remove these barriers. We provide modeling tools to understand the long-term costs and benefits. Our charger planning tool helps to design a charging infrastructure that's based on science and not guesswork. And our management platform integrates into existing fleet management software to optimize operational efficiency. And this is where we differentiate ourselves, being the only solution solving key blockers to adoption, such as sharing costs and helping drivers to make the most of their vehicles when they take them home and don't have access to charging. There are over 80 million vehicles operating in fleets across the globe that will need to transition to electric. In the UK alone, over 350,000 new commercial vehicles are sold each year. We are targeting 50,000 vehicles by 2028. And our business model is based on licensing our modeling tools and a 50 pence per vehicle per day fee for management. And that's pricing that's been approved by our industry partners. We're currently developing the partnerships we need to make this happen. We have agreements with the largest telematics provider in the world, leading ESG transport consultancies, and energy specialists. And we're working on a project with the industry-leading body for EV fleets. And we have the right team to do this. Both of our founders have a wealth of industry experience in smart cities, deliveries, and facilities management, as well as deep data science and AI experience. Our chief scientist is an ex-McKinsey AI genius. And we also have several part-time advisors working on business development. We're looking to partner with SBC so that we can raise the 25,000 euros that we need as part of our pre-seed round, as well as introductions to industry leaders that can help us reach our seed round of £2 million later this year. We look forward to discussing this further with SBC and answering your questions. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your pitch. Perfect timing too. We already have quite a few questions, but before just replying to some of our mentors, when we say vote, what you do is you go on Matching Stars and you put a star. So if you put a star, it means that you think that the startup belongs in the accelerator. And then you can also give a more detailed rating. Of course, that is a bit more optional, but if you put the star, that's already very, very useful for us. So now on to the questions, of course. So what kind of data do you rely on to model EV impact and ROI for different fleet types?
So we use telematics data, but we allow operators to choose their own model. So what they're working on, we don't have to have the telematics data initially. We work on that later on, but we use a combination of artificial intelligence and spatial temporal modeling to help understand how that fleet operates.
Clear, thank you. And then talking about the go-to-market, what would be the go-to-market? Is it direct to fleets? Is it through kind of partnerships, communities? How does that work?
Great question. So it's a huge industry. There's a lot going on in it. We're talking about auto manufacturers. We're talking about consultancies. We're talking about EV charger operators. We're talking about local authorities. We want to partner with people. And that's the way we see this happening. And being part of that ecosystem is important to us. So that's why, as you see from our slides, we've developed targets and contacts in different sectors to help us achieve the overall goal.
Exactly. And can you tell us a bit more about go-to-market geography-wise?
Yes, we are currently working in the UK. We've been working in the UK for about a year. We've also developed opportunities with Innovate UK in Singapore and Southeast Asia. They look like our two initial markets that we'll be working on. We get a lot of interest out of Southeast Asia. Obviously, when we get there, we'd like to go to Europe and the US as well.
Very clear. So can you tell us a bit more? How do you support collaboration between fleet owners, infrastructure providers, and charging operators?
We use data to drive that relationship. So what we do is we take the data from the fleet operators, that could be multiple fleet operators, and we use that data and we pass it on to the charging operators, who can then subscribe to our platform, can get an understanding of where they're likely to get very good usage. And then we work with the local authorities to help in terms of infrastructure planning, as well as consultancies and the energy companies as well, which is important in this as well.
Clear. And the question to that is also, what do you see the main challenges that are happening, and what is your strategy to overcome them?
I think the main challenge is that it's a big problem, and a lot of people are reticent. They look to the government to solve these problems. We believe that by giving a data-driven approach, we can help them make those decisions themselves. The governments are struggling to finance all of this. So I think by giving them insight into the fact that actually moving to EVs and looking at long-term total cost of ownership actually is a very good move for you now and works out financially. So that's the challenge that they're facing, and we hope we can alleviate that.
Clear. And the next question is a bit more about your team, because you touched upon that in the presentation, but maybe you can expand more. Why did you decide to start this business together, and all about that?
Sure. So like I said, we were working at Domino's. We were doing this optimization problem for their deliveries. We saw how this could evolve into something for EVs. We were very keen to solve a big global problem. That was one of the main motivators behind it. But also, it's our background. I've started 2 or 3 companies before. I love starting new startups. So for me, it's exciting. I think this is a really exciting space to be in. And I think we worked before us, me and my co-founder, we worked in prop tech. That gave us great insight into spatial temporal modeling, which is absolutely critical to what we're doing in terms of technology.
Fantastic. Then it's time for our wrapping question. Why do you want to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator program, and why is this the right time for you to do so?
Right, so we're in our pre-seed phase. We've developed our products. We're looking for mentoring advice to support us and get that absolutely right. And we're also looking for the opportunities, because obviously Startup Bootcamp has a number of industry partners. And I think those industry partners specifically are very aligned to what we're trying to achieve. So I think that would help us significantly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your great answers. We wish you the best of luck in the selection rooms, and we see you on Friday.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And now the last startup of the day is coming from Singapore. It is 8 Vectors. Hello, Abhishek. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How are you all?
We're doing great. Thank you for joining us today. We are going to have, we hear some noise in the background. I think it's gone. But we're going to have your slides on screen right now. And thank you very much. You have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Abhishek. I'm founder of 8 Vectors. Our mission here is to improve the reliability of fleets of robots. Robots are going to be everywhere, especially if you come down to Singapore. Even in public spaces, they have become fairly commonplace. And we expect that as the trend continues, in a couple of years, it's going to be almost essential for most businesses to have automation with robots to stay competitive. And what does it mean for businesses to adopt robots at scale? Most of the time, the first question a business would ask is, what happens when it fails? What happens in the robot? Because bringing a robot and changing the way they work is a big change. And the first question is, okay, how do we handle when it fails? And the problem, as we understand, is currently, while the robots have highly predictable behavior, are very advanced, very robust, they still lack predictability in terms of failures. So there is no way to find out how they are doing in terms of performance. And for the vendors, for the manufacturers of robots, the support costs are very high. So if you start, especially if you start scaling to thousands of robots on the field, having people go and maintain these robots is actually very expensive. At 8 Vectors, we are building Zenita AI to primarily help businesses that use robots to eliminate downtime, and for manufacturers to reduce their support costs. And we do this by replacing periodic maintenance with AI-driven predictive maintenance. So what do we bring to the to the infrastructure is we reduce unplanned downtime. So either we try to make it a zero or at least make it minimal. We can be looked at as a proactive risk management tool for adoption of robots. And we do this by giving the robots an ability to self-diagnose their health. We are an enterprise SaaS model. We are primarily interested in agriculture, logistics, and mining industries. We are looking at a per robot pricing, and we are offering white label solutions. As for traction, we have two pilots, one in the poultry tech in India, and we are in talks with another consumer robotics company to pilot the predictive maintenance aspect specifically. Apart from this, we have received lots of positive responses for pilot requests in the last couple of weeks. For the team, it's primarily myself and my co-founder Rohini. Between us, we bring a lot of experience to build this kind of a business. Apart from this, we also have a team of developers and UI UX people. Lastly, we are looking to raise 500K in funding to accelerate pilots and bring the solution to market and give us a runway of about 18 months. And we are also looking for partnerships and pilot entry into Europe and Australia markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're back with you. Thank you for a great pitch. We have some questions coming in. A reminder that the question box is either by the side of us or right beneath the video player. What kinds of robotic platforms or manufacturers are you working with today?
Currently, we are looking primarily all the pilot requests that we have received are in the AMR space, automated mobile robot space, which is basically the moving platforms used in logistics and public professional service robots. But we are also the pilot that we are closely tracking is actually a consumer robot. It's not a moving robot. It's more of it's more like an arm in that class.
Fantastic. How does your current solution plug into existing robot infrastructure? Is it hardware agnostic?
We want it to be hardware agnostic, yes. Currently, we are building on top of an open source layer that most robotics companies use called ROS. We are building on top of that, but eventually we want to be completely agnostic. So as long as there is a communication layer with the robots, we are good to go. Otherwise, as far as the robots goes, we are reasonably agnostic to what the robots do themselves.
Fantastic. Another question that we have. So what business outcomes have your early adopters seen in terms of reliability or cost savings?
The first set of data we would have to answer the question accurately would be when the pilot concludes in a couple of weeks. Currently, our data is predominantly from simulation, which means we have a couple of hours in simulation where we know that this is likely to fail. So that is one of the reasons why the pilots are extremely important for us to bring the tech into the market.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell us actually a bit more about that pilot?
Sure. So the pilot is in partnership with another company. They are building a poultry monitoring platform. So what we are doing is we are building a turnkey solution where we build the robot and our platform on top of the robot. So we help them build their solution, but meanwhile, we are piloting our solution also. So we can monitor the robot as well as we have visibility into how our robot is performing. We are able to collect statistics on that and practically see how our robot is likely to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Now, on that next question, what is your current biggest challenge?
Our current biggest challenge is feet on the ground to run the pilots in parallel. Right now, we are having to serialize the pilots. We are running one after the other because it's just too hard for us to manage them in parallel. Second is, we want bigger pilots. Every time we talk to us, most of the pilots right now are with smaller companies. So if you want to talk to a bigger company, we need to be able to get some foot in the door, so we can get that conversation going. And those are our biggest challenges right now. So
Fantastic. Now, another question from our mentors. What is the revenue model getting from robot OEMs or from robot users?
Initially, it is going to be robot OEMs, definitely, because I think until adoption happens at scale, it is going to be still difficult for users to directly buy solutions off the market to use with their robots. Right now, there is going to be a sense of fear. So, what if this voids my warranty kind of fear that is always going to be there, especially for businesses. That's always a question. So, initially, we do expect that our primary market is going to be the OEMs. But eventually, we want it to be anyone. Anyone has a robot should be able to work with a solution.
Then it's time for a golden question. Why do you want to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator, and why are you the right team to do so?
For us, the primary reason to participate in this program is to visibility into the European market. We are in Singapore. We have very little understanding. I mean, we know there are lots of robotics companies in Europe. A whole lot of this work is happening in Europe, and that we are completely missing that geography is not very comfortable. That's one of the primary motivators for us to join this program. And of course, access. I mean, it gives us access to mentors and to capital and it can also help us, tune our pitch, tune our GTM so that we can present it the right way to various investors.
Superb. Thank you very much for your pitch, for your answers, for your dedication. We're going to see you again on Friday for the selection announcement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, I know we said it was the last pitch, but actually we managed to get a startup to reconnect so they can be with us today.
It will be a startup from Germany, Rove AI. Let's welcome Kira on stage.
Hello, Kira. How are you doing?
Let us know if you can hear us.
We don't hear you at the moment, Kira. Hello, Kira. Do you hear us? Well, connectivity issues can be a problem. Of course, nobody's immune to technology. We're checking again with Kira to see maybe our team can give her a call and let her know that she was on air. Maybe she didn't notice it yet. But in the meantime, you can join us tomorrow for more selection week. And at 5 p.m. on Friday, you're going to be able to watch us as we announce the top 30 selected teams, 10 per day. And if you want to join us live on tour, as I like to call it, you have future Expo events coming to Portugal, Aveiro, on the 10th of April. And the next one in Amsterdam is going to be on the 3rd of July, right?
Exactly. So, of course, you will see an overview of all of the events. If you're in our ecosystem, then you will be receiving them via email on our social pages and events calendar. You can always see all of the overview, of course. And,
talking about seeing, I think
exactly.
the startup is ready.
Let's give it a try.
Hello, Kira. How are you?
Hi, I'm very well. Thank you. How are you doing?
Thank you. We're happy to see that you can hear us and speak to us, and we can hear you as well. We're going to have your slides on screen at this right moment. You got 3 minutes.
Great. Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Kira Kora, and I'm the founder of Rove AI. Violence is a harsh reality that affects most of us at some point. And in fact, 1 in 3 women have experienced sexual or physical violence at some point in their lives. That means that every single time you see someone, chances are that they've experienced violence. So people already use their phones as a form of deterrence. But here's the problem. Recording alone isn't enough. Since a phone can be knocked out of your hands or taken away, and in critical moments, you rarely have time to call emergency services because you're in a folding situation, which is where Rove comes in. As we turn your phone into an AI body cam, which detects potential dangers and starts live streaming directly to the cloud, streaming to your chosen contacts, who can instantly see what's going on in real time. They can also call for help or come to your assistance. And seeing as it's cloud streaming, your footage is safe no matter what happens to your device. And if you want, you can also show potential attackers they're being live streamed, which is a much more effective deterrent than simply recording. And here's the real kicker. Our AI-powered sound recognition means that you're always protected, even if you don't have your phone out or you're not even using your camera. So if you choose, Rove is always listening for signs of assault. And in the case that something should happen, your contacts are still notified with live audio and location. So whether you're going out on a date with a stranger or getting in the back of a car or taking a run in the park, the possibilities are endless. We started working on Rove in 24 with our MVP developed and testing underway in Canada and Germany. Our next step is testing in Europe and the United Kingdom. Thank you, and we look forward to connecting.
Yes, we're back. Thank you very much. Welcome. Now, great presentation, but we do have a few questions already from our mentors. Question number one, what about privacy? Is it allowed to record people within the European Union without their consent?
No, actually, we are only recording in situations of assault. So any kind of conversation that's ongoing, it's not being recorded. When there is a trigger for threat or there's an audio that is related to threat, then we record it. And it's only to have live data of the types of assaults that are
And now this is my question. So how does it detect it? Is it a particular slur, question, type of approach? Is the AI continuously listening? How does it trigger?
Yes, so the AI is always listening for signs of threat, and there's different layers to how it listens. So it's a combination of sounds, words, situations, and so it's very robust in that sense. It's not just one.
And does it give a sign when it starts recording?
Yes, so the app does notify the user that the Rove is active and that a threat has been detected.
Fantastic. Why did you start this startup?
Oh,
if I may ask.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, violence is a massive issue globally, and we believe that it's a basic human right for women to be able to roam around safely. And so that's where it started off. I mean, the possibilities are endless, and we just want to, make sure that women are able to do things day to day.
I mean, I have to say, is a very important solution. In Brazil, where I'm from, I think 98% of women have reported a situation of harassment within public transport alone. So, I mean, we're talking about our mothers or sisters or family members, and even, I mean, not alone women, right? Everybody can get into situations of danger. So kudos for addressing such an important challenge. What is the differentiation from Be Safe to our Life 360 app?
Yeah, so the clear difference is that Live 360 is manual and Rove is automatic. So, you're in a situation of threat, you would have to take your phone out with Live 360, press a button, and then an alert would go out. Whereas Rove is automatic. The user doesn't have to do anything. Their phone could be on the ground, knocked away somewhere, and their trusted contacts would still receive a notification and take action.
Do you need to carry the phone on your chest or on the key cord?
It's not a requirement. However, if you carry it on your chest as a body cam, it'll act as, we're using computer vision, so it'll act as a body cam detecting for threats. However, it could be in your pocket. I know a lot of people have their phones out nowadays most of the time. So
exactly. Yeah. So there are a couple of more questions that we have. So who are then your first users? Would it be more on individual consumers or any kind of B2B partners?
No, first consumers would be just women, right? I mean, there's about 4 billion women in the world. So where do we start? We've started in Canada. We've started testing in small groups here. And then we're moving on to Germany, and then we'll expand to Europe.
But in terms of going to market, so what are your strategies? Do you advertise the app on itself, or are there any other tools and ways?
Yeah, I don't think advertisement in terms of marketing with capital would be necessary. It's going to spread like wildfire. Even if we post a QR code somewhere and it's in a bus stop where, a woman feels alone at night, she's going to want to scan that and have that safety on her phone, at least find out what it is. And then once they're in the app, they'll see, they don't have to do anything, and it'll just trigger when it needs to trigger.
And hopefully never. But indeed,
hopefully never. That's
no,
the
for
aim.
sure. But I mean,
Yeah.
these situations happen more and more in big cities. We have a final golden question. So let Sabina ask,
Yeah.
of course.
Of course. So why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? Why is now the perfect time?
I think that, I mean, we've spoken with representatives before at Startup Bootcamp. We've always been excited about it, obviously being the #1 bootcamp in Europe. So I think, the collaborations that we can make together with the excitement that they've put through on this mission will be great. It'll be great for the long term. And even your questions that you've proposed today shows that you have a deeper interest. So we're definitely looking forward to, putting forth deterrence as a form of, allowing women to feel safe and go from there.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Again, another very inspiring project. So good luck in the next steps, and we see you on Friday when we will be doing the announcement of the selected startups.
Well done. Good job.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, we just wrapped up another beautiful day of selection week.
Yes, that is definitely a wrap for the day of DeepTech and robotics. With that, we close AI and Web3 and DeepTech and robotics.
Absolutely, but the fun does not end today. As we said, tomorrow is a brand new day for food and agri-tech. If you want to now take this time and wrap it up and make sure that you get your ratings done on matching stars, because it's a perfect moment to do so at the end of the day, while the deep tech and robotics knowledge is still fresh in your mind. But tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Central European Summer Time, we're going to be rejoining this very room, this very session, this very link. And we're going to talk about the future of food and agri-tech. How are we going to feed the world? How are we going to have better agricultural practices? How are we going to value the small producer? How are we going to make disease prevention scalable for all across the globe? We need to move to more sustainable practices, but also we need to feed people better quality food more often at affordable prices. So we got a big challenge on our hands, and we need your help to choose which one of the 10 startups are best suited to solve it.
Exactly. It will work just like today and yesterday. So there will be a morning session starting at 10 a.m. Central European Time and the afternoon session starting at 1:30. And then again, you will be able to ask questions, to provide feedback, and of course, influence the selection.
100%. We will see you tomorrow for Food and Agri-Tech Selection Days. We are Startup Bootcamp. Innovation will save the world. Welcome to Selection Days.
We are going to meet 60 visionary teams from all over the world.